Ladies and gentlemen, we'll do that dungeon in a bit. Let's go ahead. Let's give everyone a moment to poke in and figure out they're here. Blah blah blah. Yeah, exactly, Blades of All. We definitely have enough for a dungeon, but we have an 8-man right after that. So why don't we just go ahead, get some unlocking going on here, get some ether currents. Excuse me, if you're heading south, could you do me a favor? My friend went out to sleep. Plant life hasn't been back. He has a bad habit of getting absorbed in his work and losing track of time. Find him, please. Awesome. Pull something up here. It's something I've thought about doing before, because especially on some games where there's just so many positive negatives, it's actually sometimes hard to see which ones are positives and which ones are negatives. Dividing up into further subcategories. How so? I mean, the answer, yes, I have considered doing that, but I'm curious how you think that would be done. So, the big thing we considered doing was divvying it up into story meat, story presentation, and then gameplay meat, and then gameplay execution. And that was the 4 categories we were going to go ahead and divvy things up into. It was ultimately decided it was just going to be additional work and time for really no additional benefit. It also wouldn't actually change the review at all, since there would be no alteration to the golden number or the total numbers or anything like that. It would just be, you know, that. It also ran into the debatability problem. Which things belong in execution, which things belong in meat. Good morning, Maverick. If you mean dividing it up by the category of plus and minus, I actually used to do that as a standard practice. I stopped doing that, and I kind of wish I had never done that to begin with, because it reads better for someone going through and just reading through the review to do them in order, which is what I do now. I mean, Paladin is my only tank at 100 at the moment, so this is what I'm playing. Having said that, I do obviously enjoy it at 100. It's just what I got. You say that, but in my experience, the single best class to be soloing any content in any MMO is always going to be a tank. I mean, surely you've seen me run around as a gunbreaker for a huge portion of this game, right? Especially when I'm in a hurry. Now, let me tell you a story about Lotro. So, most MMOs, especially nowadays, have a lot less of this problem than they used to have. But, sorry, I'm starting in the wrong direction. Most MMOs, if you play a class at 100, or whatever the level cap is, you're probably fine, especially if you know what you're doing. That didn't used to be the case, and Lotro is definitely isn't the case, which I will continue talking about in mere moments. Glad to see you in peace. Forgive me, I was focused on the plants. There's a stranger who came and helped me. Here's the document. Thanks, friend. Go away. Sorry about him. He grew up in Everkeep, you see, so he's not used to seeing plants in their native habitat. The heritage found is quite unique in that regard. 30 years ago, when the geography changed, the vast swaths of native flora died out while the rest were forced to mutate drastically to survive. Worthy of study, I'm sure. Still, the editor was not safe out here. We shouldn't be so careless. And that's it. Surely I got that one. I don't think I got that one. So Lotro, nice, Rax, and actually extremely impressive. Lotro doesn't have that. So let's say if you're roaming around on a healer DPS, right? I'll use a specific example, Runekeeper. Now, Runekeepers are a very good class. However, if you're soloing, you're spending a huge amount of your time kiting and desperately trying to make sure you don't get hit at all. Because if the enemy does actually catch up to you, then you're probably dead. That's really frustrating and irritating. It makes soloing certain content not so much impossible as just extremely aggravating. Now, for the longest time while I was doing that, I just sort of assumed the problem was with me. After all, obviously, they're going to make it so every class is equally soloable. That's just good design. Right? So anyways, about a good year or two into my Lotro, that particular Lotro playthrough, I decided to go and level a tank because I was just sick of it. I was sick of everything. And all of a sudden, I wasn't just like having an easier time of the solo stuff. I was breezing through it. Like crushing it like a bug. Encounters that I was barely able to do, I was just standing there and tanking to the face. Can I help you? I've never quite forgotten that, because it felt so terrible to learn that I'd just been playing the wrong class for years, you know? You might be thinking, wait a, why were you soloing in Lotro? So, after Moria, Lotro started adding this thing that I swear they borrowed from FF14, even though FF14 wasn't out yet, called solo duties. And they started doing a lot of them. So, even if you're grouped with a friend, you have to go do a lot of stuff solo in Lotro. Hi, Zera. So, bottom line, level a tank if you're going to level in Lotro. I mean, yeah, in this game, Warrior is just ridiculous. Anyway, so literally ask the gauge overcapping. So the only thing I know about specifically is the Red Mage thing you already mentioned, since I do have Red Mage at 100. I am aware of that in general. I do think that's overall a good thing. It does actually change a lot of rotations, especially early rotations, but that's not a bad thing. It's just interesting. Yeah, Lotro's not what I would call a good game on the gameplay axis in general, so it doesn't surprise me. To explain a little bit, in most MMOs, a mage, I'll use a specific example, is probably going to have a harder time of soloing something than a tank, but they can, right? In Lotro, the gap between those two is simply too high. I should say was past tense. I haven't played Lotro in years, and I'll probably never play it again. Yeah, ESO is actually fairly well balanced in that. I think I was playing essentially a DPS healer, like the Paladin equivalent, when I was playing. That was fine. Axe was playing just a death machine. He was fine, of course. I don't know, I had Holy Spears. That's all I know. Holy Dragoon kind of thing going on. Might have already, I think I already got this one. Yeah, I could check that, I suppose. Yep, nope, I already got this one. Could there still be a zone? Might have been Templar, yeah. I don't know, I'd have to install the game and then log in to really check. Interesting little villain. Like I said, I did like ESO for what it was worth. I found the vanilla quests to be terrible, but I mean, of course I did. Name a good game. Name a game that has a good vanilla. And, I don't know, like I said, the combat got boring by the time we were at. For reasons I've already described. Here's a face I haven't seen before. Could I borrow a moment of time? A member of our group is making frequent trips to the graveyard. I suspect there's a problem, but he doesn't seem willing to talk about it. Not to us, anyway. But a stranger? Oh, ho, ho. Well, I would, but I'm going the opposite way. Bye. Hi, Omega Legion. I mean, probably Omega Legion. If nothing else, they've got the expertise and the gear. Yeah, no, it was a whole thing playing as the Pact. Just it was really weird because there was this moment where we just suddenly realized that the main story quest had started up again. If that makes any sense. Like we had been doing, I'm explaining that wrong. As we'd been roaming and doing the MSQ and doing the zones, it felt like we were just roaming and doing random zones. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, like the volcano's erupting and you gotta go deal with this. And it's like, oh, right, that's what we're actually doing. I forgot. Oh, whoops. Yes, we've never seen anything this advanced. Ignore Omega for a second. And the Elegance. Let's just ignore the fact that we've literally time traveled. It's fine. It's fine. None of that's a complaint, though. I do actually like the fact that the Alexandrians are this low tier. It fits the expansion. And if they were trying to one-up any of the stuff we've seen before, then honestly that would be much worse for me. As in, like, I might actually give negatives worse for me. I must admit, this is not the sort of place one expects to make idle conversation with strangers. Are you one of those travelers from beyond the barrier everyone's been talking about? That explains why I haven't seen you around. Let me ask you something. Have you ever visited a grave to pay your respects? Yeah. Many times. Honoring the dead is a common aspect of many cultures, I suppose. In that case, perhaps you could help me with something. Take a stroll here. See if you spot a particularly grimy grimestone and wipe them off. It's a lot of work for one man alone. It would mean a great deal to me. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't want to dismiss the Alexandrians. Like, they've accomplished a great many things, and they did manage to come up with an artificial method to bypass the livestream process. But, yeah, like Matt Overlord says, they're a city-state that survived an apocalypse. Good on them. But, yeah. Okay, so let's see everything that Little Billy's asking. Oh yeah, they also decided to accept a genuine, bona fide moron with no strategic capacity as their military leader. gravestones look better. That's not, or perhaps I should say their nameplates. Too bad all the names are written in Alexandria and I can't make heads or tails of them. You know about the regulators, right? Whenever someone dies, every last memory of their existence is erased. Yes, that's like the 7th time you've told me that. As an unfortunate consequence, this graveyard's all but abandoned. But I'm going to fix that. What else am I going to do? Stand idly by and let the headstones be lost to time? No, if no one else will give a damn, it'll have to be me. In Tural, I was taught to honor the dead, but here I'm in the minority. Most seem content to forget and entrust their memories to the cloud. That's why I can't talk about it with the others. They wouldn't understand. Thanks, stranger. Listen, souls are fuel, not friends. Okay, so. They want to keep the gameplay challenge of paying more attention to resource management. Was giving the job specifically that type of buff impractical? Would giving a conditionally expanding gauge cap be feasible? Oh, Emmett would absolutely hate this place. He'd Shrek it. Probably by himself. So, in my mind, the main reason they probably did that change wasn't because of trying to encourage the player to more resource management, but rather to, it's essentially to give a buffer state when things go bad in a fight, for lack of a better way to put that. It's the same basic purpose that a charge system works on, you know? In other words, for those of you who don't understand the math of this, as long as your charge is charging down, you are being 100% efficient. Because you are not wasting the cooldown time, the recast time of the charge in question, as long as it is at least charging down or counting down at all, right? Whether it's 1 charge, 2 charge, 3, 8, 15, or whatever. Similar concept. By having a thing which just gets rid of... I'll switch over to... Red Mage, there it is. By having a thing that just pretty much says, hey, you know, here, don't worry about your gauge for a minute, it allows it to slot into effectively any slot. It doesn't really matter when you cast it or why. Obviously, there's ways to be efficient, but there's no way to waste it. So that's my... It's the same thing with the charge system. Like I said. To your second point, was giving those jobs specifically that type of buff impractical? I don't know enough about the balance of this game to answer that fairly, but I'm going to lean towards a no. And would giving them a conditionally expanding gauge cap be feasible? I've actually been thinking about that, because that's its own thing. I feel like... I can't remember which game does this. There's a game that allows you to fill up your gauge functionally infinitely, right? Up to like 99,000 of you know, like blue mana or black mana or white mana, for example. But you can only ever spend up to the 100 marker, if that makes sense. Like, you could fill it up for days, but you can only spend up to 100, and then it gets dumped or something like that. I forget exactly how it worked. It was a really strange system. But it was an attempt to try and make sure that players never wasted generators. It didn't work out all that well, and I'm pretty sure they turned that around almost immediately. I'm trying to remember what game that was. Because the problem was, at that point, the gauge was either... You could only use... it effectively became 2 gauges, right? There was your initial gauge, and then there was your bleed-off gauge. And the bleed-off gauge just became another gauge at that point, and it was just punishing the players who just spend time building and building and building and building. So I personally... I'm fine with the builder-spender concept. It's a very, very, very common concept in game design. I'm not sure that allowing for a increasing gauge as a dynamic thing would be a thing. Now, in a game that isn't FF14, however, I could see an increasing gauge being a specific thing, like, say, a talent, or a build, or a spec, right? In a game where it's like, you know what, I want to have, you know, the extra, like for, let's say there's the ability to make it so you could do 4 combos on Red Mage instead of 3, and that would be a specific build you could do for your Red Mage. Stuff like that, I could see, but not as a general thing. Oh yeah, actually, Rogue does that over in WoW. That's a good question, a good example of that. Or Monk, for that matter. Anyways, quest. Pardon me, adventurer. Might I trouble you to lend me your aid? I've found myself in a rather troublesome predicament. Earlier today, we sent a soldier and asked to test out its improved combat functionality. I asked a hunter to take it on patrol, but not long afterwards I lost contact completely. Can you go look for him for me? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd like to think that there are plenty of people in suits sitting around a table debating this kind of stuff all the time. Oh, Shala, what am I going to do with you? I keep telling you to take a hunter with you when you leave town. If it isn't Her Majesty's guest, did you enjoy your tour? I was told you even helped set the water distribution system to rights. You know, I could use some with your talents right now. The woman in charge of that very farm left for the wilderness without a bodyguard. She says she's investigating something, but that's no reason to put herself in danger. Last I heard, she was walking up the hill to the east of her. Can you make sure she's alright? Sure. I actually agree with you on that, Omega Legion. We'll see what they do with it. We'll see. Because, yeah, they're just a little bit too blasé about eating souls. Which involves eating souls. Now, eating animal souls, again, is kind of a little bit more, alright, fine. I mean, we eat animals all the time, right? There's no problem with that. But, And again, we still don't really know about side effects of this whole system. I hate to keep pointing out, but, you know, come on. You know, that's a good point. If you think of souls as puppies, it becomes a lot more acceptable. What's funny is that sentence sounds about right, regardless of how you say it. Yeah, exactly, little Billy. Like, there's too little information as of this moment in time to really gauge consequences. No, not Overlord. Yeah, after a Twitch account. Hope you feel better soon. And thank you for the sub. Lord knows there is a flu that's been roaming around lately. I'm actually already on the tail end of that. My sister is mostly recovered. But I still have friends who are still suffering from it. That's a good question, Bladeville. Like I said, there's some question marks here. Because, yeah, like, if consuming a soul erases that, it removes that energy from the system, then that is bad on a planetary scale. Oh, okay, so it'll go towards Henry Stickman, Rayman Legends, and I'll put it into the Time Splitters pile. Really hazardous. That's funny. No, you're fine, Omega Legion. Do what must be done. gonna keep throwing swords at you until you die. Why? Sorry, hang on. I just realized I misread your question, Matt Overlord. Yes, there's absolutely some toxic positivity going on in corporations in general, not just the gaming industry. Sorry. I thought you were saying the opposite of that. I misread. I apologize. That's because I was the last of my soul cells. No, I can't even remember how to spell it offshore Twitch account, and everyone always spells it differently every time they donate towards it, so I just... It goes into the Henry game. There's only one game with Henry in it. Thanks for your help. What brings you in the middle of nowhere? I was here to save you. Auntie Nakente sent me. That's 2 people just saved my life, then. Would you mind coming with me to see her? Only if you give me an ether current. An ether what? Just give me your current. Is that a sex thing? No. Okay. Confused. Don't worry about it. Give me your ether. I don't know how to. Give me your ether. Ah! Exact half. No, for the most part, I've enjoyed the first half more than the second half. Don't mistake me, I have enjoyed the second half. It's just, the first half was my bag, you know what I mean? Why are we tinkering with offensive output when they could be correcting this glaring flaw in design? Just an experience. You're not a child anymore. Act your age. What do you say to the kind stranger who thanked your life? Or saved your life? I know I've already told you once before, but thank you, truly. I'm Shadowaki. I'm in charge of the Halo. To tell you the truth, I'm still learning how everything works. I used to be an electrop engineer, but for some reason the government reassigned me. And we'll learn more about this later when we actually do this quest chain. Lore rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? Thank you, I think. Why did you go out there? What are you hiding? An illusion. There's really no getting past you. Fine, you have to keep it a secret. I noticed the farm's harvest have been shrinking year over year, and I can't figure out why. The staff are doing great work, and as a former engineer, I can say for certain the equipment is working. I even checked the pylons. But there's a problem, and the longer we wait, the worse it'll get. In a few years, the crops may stop growing entirely. Something has to be done. That sounds serious, but I worry about you. You're putting your life in danger. You're an idiot. Wait a minute. You're an adventurer? Huh? I am? Yeah. Wait, that's true. You are an adventurer. I suppose I am. Very well. I accept being an adventurer. Oh, thank God. Okay. How's our group set up right now? We have 8 people. I know Fife's on, because Fife just popped in. I can do the rest of these quests off camera, as it should be. Especially the Corn Servant quest. So that's 3 people. Well, 4, counting me. Cordune's there, so that's 5. Oh, and Windlock is 6. Omega Legion can be 7. Just Ratchet and Clank 1. Offshore just go. Oh, we have pretzel. I think that's 8. Yeah, some blocks continue to exist, but blocks in general are on the downswing. See, I'm still thinking about the limited souls thing. Yes, I did, Linarith. You were counted by... Rax just said, I have Linarith and Ondri. So, that was part of the original 3. Just that I'm not counting you forevermore, Linarith. To use a specific example, in Final Fantasy VII, they have a finite amount of life stream energy, which is actually really messed up when you think about it from a long-term perspective, because it means their overall population can't grow. Like, it's not possible. Any growth in like, any increase in people is going to cause issues with everything else, because the energy, the total life stream energy on the planet is finite. So trees, animals, plants, people all share the same resource, the same gauge. So, more people, less everything else. Alright, Cordoon, you can't come to the trial. Wait. I think you're right, FML. There is the Galactic Livestream, which is true in both FF7 and FF9. Let's go ahead and grab... I don't know. Say a number between 1 and 100 if you want to come to the upcoming dungeon. Let's worry about the dungeon first. Like, if you actually want to come, not just if you can wholesale. Blocks have already, past tense, been phased out after Twitch account. The only blocks that continue to exist are the ones that still exist. And that decision's been made and done. The list is updated as of last night, actually, so... Okay, so... Looks like that's going to be... Talia, Cordoon, and Omega Legion. Sorry, I mean, that's how it always has been offshore Twitch account, basically, so... Yes. Maybe. It depends is the truthful answer there. Cordoon. I don't remember your character name, Omega Legion, I'm sorry. Yeah, I always have executive veto. Always have. Okay, so I could technically bring anything. I'm class agnostic, but I do need a healer and a tank. Okay, so Talia can only be a DPS. So Talia's out. So Cordoon, go ahead and heal. I'll go ahead and tank. Probably, yes, after Twitch account. Or possibly. We'll see. Depends on how long they're. And if I could get them playing little. I haven't said yes to those games yet. I've got my PS4 yet. Music. Chicken tenders! Oh, sorry. What's D&B? Why would I have a problem with dubstep? No, I think jazz is it. I can even tolerate rap. It's good rap. I don't remember it. I'll show Twitch it. I liked Dwayne and Brando, but that's pretty much the extent of my enjoyment of rap. Kale, you're the only non-bunny here. That isn't me. What the hell, man? That's a lot of regulators. Oh. Row upon row of names are shown on the terminal display. It appears to be a list of those who are recently taken to the cloud. Might Namika be one of them? Nice warehouse there. We're apparently invading Amazon. Ah, that can't be true. People aren't wearing diapers here. Huh. The first boss of Shadowbringers. Yeah, they gotta get all those, things, God, souls, to the people that need them, literally. And by people, of course, I'm referring to Zamulja. This really is. It's the frickin'... It's the boss from the beginning of Shadowbringers. digital looking. I don't want the inside crusher. Oh, that sucks. Yep, that'll show me for trying to get out of Tullia's way. Ah, I should have just hit her. That's my fault. Been so long since I've even used my tank invulns because they suck so bad that I don't remember where they are. I'm sorry, invuln has always been crap in this game. The first time I ever used invuln as a paladin, the thing that happened immediately after was the damage the enemy did went right through the invuln and killed me. I have never forgotten that moment because I was so angry about it. Thank you, Pokemibo. Very much, as always. I'm glad you enjoy. And it is always good to know that people watch the VODs. I put a lot of effort into maintaining those things. I hope people have been enjoying the custom thumbnails per VOD, too. And descriptors. I did it last time for FF14, and I'm going to do it for a while as well. If you want to put that donation towards up to 3 future games, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you very, very much. There it is, Hallowed Ground. God, yeah, I have not used that in a long time. Long ass cooldown too. Jesus. What is that? 7 minutes, I think. Oh, that took long. All instructions in the processing manual must be strictly observed. As we have charge of the realm's most vital resource, actions resulting in damage or loss constitutes a serious crime. The first stage is extraction. Mixed ether comprised of both memory and soul is extracted from regulators and transferred to the stabilizing tank. As hastening extraction increases the risk of damage, the rate must not be adjusted except in event of an emergency. Priority observation subject, ID number blah blah blah, name Namika, physical cessation age 86. Citizen memory erasure, complete. Corporeal disposal, complete. Ether extraction, complete. Into the tanks! Jesus. I mean, you gotta deal with corpses somehow, right? Into the vat. I am excited to start Starfield. I kind of wish I'd done so a week ago, but whatever. Second stage, separation. Mixed ether is put through etheric separator and divided into soul and memory components. Soul ether is then conveyed to upper orogenics and final processing. Memory ether to the meso terminal. Route and location classified. Unless expressly specified, memories of fiends are discarded. Nice place. Waste not. There it is. Okay, so let's get that off the road. Let's use that over here, where it should be. Let's move this over here. Oh, Emmett would despise this. I wonder what he thought about the resurrection of Zan. No, I'm not calling him Zonde. I refuse. Quite possibly, Little Billy. I mean, based on everything we heard, the Electrope War was probably pushed by the Asians, given that that's the thing that set off their calamity. You know, that's actually a really good point. He did mention these guys specifically. And it's entirely possible he wanted this crap shut down. What was the full list? Does anyone have that written down somewhere? Andy. If I move that over there. No, that should be fine. That should be fine. How was that? Northern Water of the Bounty, Blind Frost, South Isle Seas, Golden City, Mercidia. So yeah, the Golden City is pretty explicitly referring to the Alexandrians, not just the Tuliolans. Oh yeah, he did mention the Tread Enemies of the 12. We've kind of already covered that one. What? You're not allowed to have ad bosses in FF14? What is this nonsense? The Omicrons They didn't really have a good time with things. For all their super advanced power and technology, they didn't enjoy existence very much. I do like that. Pay attention to which one's real and act accordingly. The turrets are obvious. Of course, you gotta have your layering telegraphs, obviously. They have freaking walking humanoid robots that can carry a gun, and they're so chaff. It's the frickin' droids. It's the basic combat models from the Clone Wars. Yeah, right. That's who we're fighting. That's who we're freaking fighting. I can't remember the B1s. That's it. I couldn't remember the damn designation. Be comfortable, but intruders can't be choosers. What do you mean it won't be comfortable? I don't see it. Ah! That's true. You're right. B1s are actually better than these. That's a lot. That's just straight up Portal at this point. Oh god, it is 5. Yep. And 5. But in this case, it's a negative, because I keep getting interrupted by trash fights. Let me read the law! Let me read the law! See, I am the law. Oh, come on! Alright, fine. Die. 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 Continue dying. I mean, that's not a surprise, Blue Snow, but grats. Didn't think that would take you long. FF1's actually a pretty short game. Now FF2, well, it's all over. We done? Yeah. Three, actually, Rex. The third stage, purification. Separated souls undergo thorough cleansing for removal of residual memories. The purifying light is harmful to organic beings, so utmost care must be taken during the procedure. Even the slightest contamination may lead to memory and personality disorders within the user. As such, each and every soul must be cleared using the precision detector. Having completed the aforementioned processes, a soul may finally be made available to the people of Alexandria. Your efforts are essential for the functioning of our nation, and we thank you for undertaking your duties with diligence. So that also confirms something else I've been wondering for a while now. They are copying the memories, not extracting the memories. So, yes, the original person, Turbo, dies there. Ah! Get it? They're Iborgs instead of cyborgs because they've got one. Good morning, Saria. The name I can never pronounce. Okay, allow me to explain in intricate detail according. So you see, there's this thing called a pun, right? Yeah, that would mean Zeralja is actually dead as of right now. Experiment log 216. Subject Ambrose. Experiment sees soulless body infused with multiple souls, including those of beast via prototype multi-regulator. Subject behaves within parameters of a living person, but displays advanced symptoms of personality breakdown and destructive tendencies. This is all but certainly due to an overdominance of feral souls. Yet while the subject possesses phenomenal strength, it cannot be reliably controlled, rendering it unfit for purpose. Future experiments must focus on imposing loyalty and obedience. I accept. We must impose on the obedience.
This does look like. Since when did Final Fantasy and Star Wars have a baby?
Now, that's actually a funny question, because the answer is either FF1, FF2, FF6, or FF12, depending on how you count it. I'm not actually joking.
Hi, Bragwin.
2, I would say 2, by the way, if you asked me. Put a gun to my head. Because FF2 was pretty solidly, what you think?
Yeah, this is... This is pretty Star Wars.
Hey, speaking of which, there's our upcoming boss.
Is that a mechanized turtle?
It does, in fact, look like a mechanized turtle.
Where's its head? Yep,
okay, that's not a boss. That's just a trash. That's just trash.
It's a mechanized turtle.
Yeah, yeah. Beep boop. I've even seen this mount. Sure, I could get out of that. Barely.
And then you got back into it before it was done?
It doesn't matter because of how the telegraph system works. Notice I didn't get hit by it.
No, I didn't notice.
No, I didn't get hit by it. What's up? That's entirely allowed, and I do encourage it. I was just wondering, because usually you have a thing.
Yeah. I'm waiting for my queso to heat up.
Ah. You would be happy to know that the other day, I think 2 days ago now, you remember when I had the pile down here? Your daughter came down and was like, "Why are these down?" And I explained what your mother was throwing at me. She was like, "Okay." And then she immediately picked one up and threw it at me. And then she picked up another one and threw it at me. And then she picked up your eldest. And that was just sort of a thing for several minutes on camera. Yeah, I thought you'd find it.
My daughter.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, are you done with your laundry?
Yes. None of that was me.
No, you were in the dryer.
Yes. Oh, boss time. Actual boss time. Wait, don't go yet.
17-minute cut down.
Guess what it is.
Mechanized dinosaur. No, it is...
I don't know what that is, to be honest. It's probably a multi-soul.
It's
Ambrose
just
the
a
Undeparted. It is. It's the, so that thing, they're pumping multiple souls into it to power it up.
So it's the pink thing?
Yeah. The body's obviously the body, but yeah, the actual thing we're fighting is the pink thing. And yeah, obviously Eden Prime's. I mean, you've got the what? Why would you do that? That does seem funny. Filthy rebels. You will not reach the king. Oh god, you're killing me! You're killing me! Oh god! So how are we looking for our 8-man? Please, Rex. I don't know how long it's going to be after this, but I assume there's going to be a more or less, like there's going to be a cutscene and then that's what I'm presuming. Of that mechanic. Got it. You know what? Fine. I'm invincible. Believe we've already reached the point where we're having trouble with the crossbow link shell being full, by the way. Seriously, I'm just really. Oh shoot, I wasn't paying attention. For the record, I'm also job agnostic. I'm down for whatever. I know I keep saying that, but it's just reminding people. I can be whatever. I've noticed that, Blitchable. I do like it, personally. I've been giving a lot of boss positives, and I stand by it. I love how we keep having non-melee DPS. I've noticed that's a trend. Almost everyone has range DPS when they're joining us for these. Whoa! There's an exciting Marvel Strike Force campaign details. They just keep offering me $140 for these. That's got to be an industry standard because I just keep seeing that number. No. Just no. Okay, good run. Let's cutscene it up.
It's not opening.
Shale, can you see to the lock?
Well, then where was my limit break, Talia?
Just a moment.
Ever reliable.
Follow the passage inside and you'll come to an elevator. It'll take you to the 11th level.
Right. Let's keep moving.
The 11th level, just below the summit.
Look! Soul cells. This is where they're kept.
What? Then these are all...
Were all.
Indeed. Many died in the attack. Their souls would have been processed and transported here for storage. Or so I had expected.
A soul cell is supposed to light up green when loaded, isn't it? Yet the light is out on most of these.
Don't tell me he's already used them up!
Yeah, we're too late. Sorry.
That's why he cut down one of his own. For the regulator! Who's there?
Alphino! And Y'shtola Adestinian, too!
Yes, we know who they are, Alizé.
Lest you wonder, all is well in Terral. The enemy has withdrawn, freeing us up to come and lend you a hand.
Yeah, it's almost like we have enough for an 8-man now.
Briefing. No rest for the righteous as usual, eh?
The idea of empowering oneself with souls is rather reminiscent of void-sent practices. I should be keen to learn more about the process, after more pressing matters have been resolved.
I believe I speak for everyone when I say I'm glad you're here. As you'll have heard, the Alexandrians have suffered heavy casualties. We must stop Zoralja before it gets any worse.
Oh, sorry. With comrades of such caliber, which I will not be bringing with me, of course.
I thank you for coming with me this far, my friends. And I ask you to lend me your strength one last time.
Who are you?
Together, let us defeat Zorolja and safeguard the future of Tulihyolal.
And here is where I must excuse myself. Come back in one piece. You hear me?
Lady, we fought so much worse than this asshole.
Every one of us.
The only one I'm worried about here is Wuklamad. That is a good point, though, Omega Legion. No souls, no dynamis. I mean, that does irritate me, Logue, but it's whatever. And then Necron shows up out of nowhere. Look, I was joking, game.
What in the world is that?
It couldn't be a void gate.
It's enormous.
Aye. It dwarfs even the one Zeromus opened.
That is no void gate. It doesn't lead to the 13th.
Then,
Yes, in all likelihood, it's a portal to yet another reflection.
By the 12. To think that realities being fused together was only the beginning.
The speculation must wait. He's here.
By the 12. Who? You done juicing, boy?
There is a limit to how much ether a living being can harbor while retaining its physical form.
I don't know. I've met him at Selk.
Far exceeded that limit. With the souls he has absorbed, he has attained power to rival even a king among Voidsent, but at a terrible cost.
12 have mercy.
Who?
Brother! It ends here and now.
I was gonna say, he's probably canonically weaker than the Cloud was. But, I called it, he's one-winged angeling.
How it vexes when you call me brother. Brother, blood heir, resilient son. Who am I? What is my path? Why was I born?
Yeah, no, he gone, boy. I mean, he was probably gone years ago, but...
I am Wuklamat, vow of resolve of Tulihyolal. And you are Zorolja, king of resolve of Alexandria. For the last time, we fight. For duty. For blood. For everything.
That's the popcorn.
Yes, we fight. Hold nothing back. This multitude of souls I shall burn to the last mote.
That sounds like a no, little Billy.
I will kill you and prove the miracle. I will prove that I am Father's true successor.
Oh, I gotta fight him too? Okay. Here, someone hold my popcorn. God, thank you, game, for the unnecessary tutorial. God damn it. Alright, grab me. Grab me! And what do you need me as? Take it is. Oh, we're actually fighting now? Okay, okay, hang on. Hang on, hang on. Hang on a sec. Ah, there we go. Okay, okay. I'm ready. It would be funny. Alright, boy. Time to do what I always do and play the janitor. Clean up all y'all's garbage.
Come at me with your all. I will make you kneel.
Uh-huh. King of trash. Portraits, replica portraits. I'm very happy with all those portraits except for Cordoon's. Very disappointed in you, Cordoon. Oh, that could be a little bit.
More power.
He's already overflowing. 3 seconds into the fight, he's like, hold on, I need to juice some more. Let me just needle up here. Patricidal Peak is the name of that ability.
More! I need more!
He's juicing again! Come on, buddy! Kind of inappropriate to do in front of the women. I'm just saying.
Out of my way!
The only dialogue I caught there was, the first was promised to the throne.
This my weakness given shape. Down with you!
So yeah, layered mechanics again.
No limits will bind me!
Dude, stop juicing!
Be gone, along with my pitiful past!
Okay. This is why we need more dedicated red mages in the party. Everyone, level red mage. I promise it's a fun class. Not just a res mage. what? Summoners aren't allowed to heal. That's against the rules. Excuse me, TM. I don't think summoners are a healing class. They shouldn't be allowed to heal. I'm gonna go and strike if summoners heal.
I am the worthy king! There is no miracle.
Yeah, it doesn't even see us. Dude is gone.
This is my path. I trust only in myself. It's mine, the ultimate power!
And now you're a Resident Evil critter. And just like every other Resident Evil boss, you think you're super badass when you've successfully managed to grow a couple of extra limbs. I even have a specific term for that because of how common that is. I call it vampire ego syndrome. Yeah, I noticed the 1.5 head, by the way. That's cute. Okay. Yep, okay. Yeah, he's got more limbs. It's cool. It's cool. We here at the Lore Walkers are tolerant to people with extra limbs. We might end up killing you, but, you know, we're tolerant. Yeah, congratulations. You're almost half the man your father was. What the hell is this? That's true. He's not quite half the man. My bad. I didn't mean to give him more credit. I apologize. Okay. I see it. This is an interesting musical choice, I gotta be honest.
Mine is a path.
Think I'm good? Why not in a minute? I apologize if I am misplaced. That was right. This is
All is mine to make and unmake.
I'm not even joking. This really is vampire ego syndrome. He's just like, all is mine to make and unmake. Uh-huh. Yeah, He was never exactly the most sane of persons, but he's definitely on his way out. My goodness. More than the other was. We don't need frames here, Talia. Not that you can hear me right now.
Mine is the path. Glide my blades.
Okay, that's a lot. Alright, so that's gonna be there. And here it looks like. I'm right. In advance, but not. Okay, so that's gonna be there, and I should still be good.
No mercy.
Oh, yep, hello. Alright. Aw, he thinks he's a hussar. He's so cute. He's so cute. Is that
Resonate.
which one though? Which one are you doing? Okay. Also, those ones? Nope, I'm wrong completely. Nope, I'm still wrong. I give up. I apparently don't understand that one. Because I was wrong twice, despite flipping it each time. No, I know that, Usin Corp. Oh, thank God there's a mid-mission checkpoint. Button.
This power is proof of my authority!
So the first time I assumed they weren't mirrored and I got hit. The second time, I assumed they were mirrored because I got hit. And they obviously were not mirrored. That's my confusion. So I'm guessing I just literally saw it wrong the first time.
Creation yields to my command!
Here's a fun question. What would you call this genre of music? I'm actually sad about that. I successfully guessed and figured out each one of his mechanics blindly and without issue until I accidentally flipped. Like basically, I saw it wrong the first time because I assumed it wasn't mirrored. Ugh, how embarrassing. I apologize for being the worst tank in the world.
My will resonates within reality!
Now we're going to do worse, of course, because that's how the second attempt always goes.
Mine is the path!
Industrial. That's actually the word I was going for. mean, it's all relative, right? Well, we fought plenty stronger than this, yeah. You know, that's a good thing. I mean, think about it. If every single boss fight we fight is stronger in lore than previous boss fights, then ignoring the fact that that's ridiculous, it's also going to get untenable very quickly. Again, Dragon Ball Z, right?
Mine is the power! Mine is the path!
You know, that's a good question, if I'm Hellward. I'm not sure. I think they only ever got into the millions on the Scout, but I could be completely wrong about that. I never followed the cities that closely. Should be good. Oh, and I was wrong. God damn it. Oh, I see what happened.
No mercy!
Theoretically, I should be safe now. At this point, I'm not sure of anything.
No mercy!
I think I do disagree, Alok. However, I do actually think this fight is some interesting visual storytelling. Have you noticed how almost all of his attacks are actually pretty easy to dodge? Like, I don't mean that as dismissive. I mean really big, obvious swings. Wham! Right? And then he hits like a truck if he actually hits you. Like, that actually sounds appropriate for the brainless nonsense idiot that this is. Yeah, no, it falls in perfectly with his character. Okay, so he dead. Spit, spit, spit.
brother.
So, it is to be defeat.
Father, is that you?
Why do you weep?
Because it hurts. Because I don't understand why it had to be this way. Why don't I know you?
Because I am an idiot.
Didn't you want me?
Because I am an idiot.
How could I be a father when my own spurned me? He left me nothing. No throne. No legacy. Nothing. And so, I had nothing to leave you.
You're an idiot.
Why does that matter? Couldn't you have just been there?
You ask a lost man for the way. I do not presume to call you mine, nor do I desire anything of you. Would I leave behind that which I've gained by the sweat on my brow? It is yours to embrace or spurn.
Yeah, I don't want to complain, but what is this music? This is not the right music for this scene.
I walked the path of ruin. Unable to surpass further. Or Ramachi. So much for the resilient sun, the miracle.
I'm just in the back eating popcorn. Can I get some salt? Those souls aren't going to the other reflection, right? Because that would be bad. Like, there's a giant-ass portal above us, and those souls are going up.
You think Papa left you nothing? You God's damned fool! You have the one thing he couldn't leave anyone else. You and Galulcha.
Oh, hey, it's the MacGuffin. Oh. Okay.
It's not over.
Well, yeah, I was the 99 trial, not the 100 trial. I told you he's gonna be the final boss.
Queen's Beam?
Seriously, grab the key. Grab the key. Grab the key. Don't pull a Golbez on me.
Zorolja is gone. There's no need to fight anymore.
Jesus Christ, don't just...
Sphene. Why are you here?
I wanted to express my gratitude to you all for vanquishing the King of Resolve and delivering my people.
Dude, the key has like a cup. It can hold the popcorn!
To express my regret for what I've done to yours.
Your apologies won't bring back our dead or lessen your guilt. Still, to strike you down in revenge would trigger all-out war between our nations. More innocents would suffer. Even if we cannot be friends right now, we need to find a different path forward. A way that Tuliholal and Alexandria can coexist.
I fear that can never be.
What do you mean?
I'm the final boss.
There is no other path for us. It's too late. I cooperated with Zoralja because I needed the life force yielded by the slain to sustain the Endless. Of course, the king betrayed me, and with his army defeated, that plan can no longer be realized. But I can't. I won't fail my people. Be they possessed of flesh or no, all of them are dear to me. If there is something I can do for them, as their queen, I must do it.
Can we fight now, or do I have to do a whole other zone?
Hear me, Sphene. We appreciate your commitment to serving the Alexandrians and have endeavored to understand your beliefs. Be that as it may, you must know it's wrong to sacrifice our living to save your dead.
I see. It's because you do not know them that you believe they're dead. They're not. So long as they are remembered, they shall never die.
That's just like the Hulk. We. Sorry.
You understand, don't you? No matter what anyone may say, I refuse to believe that Kafkiwas is a hollow existence, that she can simply be allowed to fade away.
Your Majesty.
I mean, his mother's dead.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others. For them, I will do anything. No price is too high.
I'll even fight the Warrior of Light in an awesome raid battle. Why are we here? We are literally not a part of this cutscene.
Seven hells. Ah!
Yes, Ross.
What is it?
I do.
There exists a legend in Alexandria. In ages past, faced with a calamity in their world, a clan of people used a singular power to flee to ours. The key which manifests this power answers to fervent desires, desperate, all-consuming supplications that have given rise to many a miracle. That key holds the secret to interdimensional fusion, and unraveling its mysteries was the foremost mission of the scientists of preservation. Alas, they failed to fully grasp its workings, leaving us with only partial control over it. Nevertheless, if I'm to sustain the inhabitants of living memory, I have no choice but to call upon its power.
What do you want to bet the key was from the Ultima people?
And do what with it?
Originally, I mean.
For hundreds of years I tried, but it was all to no avail.
That's them, Rex.
My benevolence did naught to protect my realm. But I can still take up arms and fight. If bloodshed will save my subjects, then I will become history's most brutal queen.
Blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry, I'm not into this at all. This is... Sphene was actually so good of a character, I've already given her a character positive. This is just like, oh, I need to be the bad guy now. And it's not doing a good job of connecting the dots there, I think. I'm even down for the motive, I'm just not down for the execution. And as was pointed out already by me, but also by chat, all she's looking at is temporary solutions. In fact, if you look at the long view, it is an untenable situation. Like, even if she eats every reflection somehow, she's going to run out of fuel. Hydro Whisperer. And yeah, I caught the obvious connection of this actually being Garland, more than anybody else.
Oh, Sphene.
I think this would have worked better for me if we changed around the execution a little bit. You know how the actress has actually done a really good job with Sphene of sounding just a little bit off, you know? Just a little bit disconnected, just a little bit uncanny valley. Lean into that. Instead of, I will do whatever I must to save my people. Just, rather than have her do any kind of attempt at a villainous speech, just have her lay it out very calmly and plainly. I thank you for destroying the King of Resolve. This has been greatly beneficial for my overall operations. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and reconvene the preservation program. The what? Yeah, we're going to re-merge the world so I can consume more souls in order to preserve the endless. What? Don't you care about your people? Of course I do. Don't you? Like, yeah, no, just very flat, right? Very detached from what she's talking about and very saying. Again, lean into the AI idea, for lack of a better way to put it. Of course I would do this. Why wouldn't I? Thank you for joining me, everyone, by the way. Appreciate the help. Especially you, Talia. That floor. I'm sorry, I'm being mean. I apologize. Yeah, it's another thing. She just blinks in, grabs the key. Ah, here it is. Like, okay, so sorry, real quick. One of the... I could even be wrong. I feel like I'm gaslighting myself. But there's been little hints here and there that Ultima, the Seraph, from the Final Fantasy Tactics Raid series back in Stormblood, I think that was, is alien. Like, truly alien. And is the cause of several issues. We also saw a little bit of that in Endwalker, where we discussed the Heart of Sabik and how it came from another world, back when the world was still unsundered, right? And there's a couple of other tiny hints here and there that that's a thing. Like, that's another little layer, another little dangling plot thread. And so it finds me interesting because she mentioned the idea that the key came to them and carried with it the key to dimensional transport. And that was my first thought was, it's Ultima's people. Now, that would be hysterical. You called me Ultima, but my true name is Genova. And yeah, exactly. Athena also pretty much turned into Ultima. So, anyways. No sooner do we deal with one threat. This truly bodes ill. What you're doing is wrong, Sphene, no matter how hard you try to convince yourself otherwise. That such a threat existed in another reflection. When Emmett Silk bade you seek discovery, was he aware of it? Yes! Sphene has the potential to wreak havoc. Unimaginable havoc with the key. We must... Oh, hang on, let's go talk to Galuja. Father. Now he's dead. He's actually gone, probably. I mean, hell, even Ultima's ultimate form was kind of Genova-like, if you remember that fight. And then it's Sin. I mean, I posited a Sin expansion. I was, of course, wrong. Ultima's Lavos. Now, that would be interesting. I'm not going to lie. Chrono Trigger crossover. I do like that idea, Loke. Because... So, I'm going to borrow from Warcraft. Sorry. In Warcraft, there's this really insidious idea of how you can create sentient AI, and it has sentience, sapience, free will, etc. But you can also place limiters on it. So, like, imagine if I build Rax right now. And he's Rax. He's got all his ideas and intentions and buildings and everything like that. But also, if I tell him to do something, he has to do it. Regardless. This is how Titanforged operate over in Warcraft. So, the reason I mention all that is it would be interesting if the whole goal here is that Sphene, sentient, cannot help but follow her programming, and so the boss battle becomes essentially fighting the computer holding her, for lack of a better way to put it, rather than her. Like, I'm actually picturing this fight where she's trying to kill us, and she's not even targetable. Like, she's the source of the attacks, right, the telegraphs, but we're actually targeting that giant, mother bank over there or something, right? Because that feels like a cool boss fight. Maybe a little bit reminiscent of, I shouldn't actually even mention the game, that's a bit of a spoiler. But, I think it could work. Anyways, that woman, Sphene, was it? In all likelihood, her true form lies in the reflection yonder. The queen might know something, professionals. Okay, so what's going on here? That could be Omega Legion. We're still feeling the consequences there. Oh, damn it. What do I expect the final zone to look like? I have no idea at this point. Maybe like, apocalyptic blasted way. Well, we just did that, though. Maybe something like Pandemonium. That is to say, FF9's Pandemonium. Oh, no. Terra. It'll look like Terra, right? The stasis world. There you go. There's my presumption. Could something have befallen her? The words Fiend spoke to your mother, do they mean anything to you? Why am I here? Those who came from my village, none of them remembered her. It's the same as what we witnessed happen to those who know Namika. And she's dead? Yeah. You noticed something, didn't you? Whatever it is, please tell me. While Sphene projected herself onto machines, Kikuya controls hers remotely. But to me, they appear identical in their existence. Both are inorganic objects suffused with faint amounts of ether. When the ether fade, they become lifeless husks. As we saw, this happened to both the moment the portal closed. So she was operating her vessel from the reflection beyond. But if none of her friends and acquaintances remember her, then... Yeah, she's dead. Yeah, we caught this. Come on, guys. Keep up a little bit, please. Oh my god, we're a Pokemon. We're a frickin' Pokemon. I choose you, Lore Runner. Huh? What? I was in the middle of... Okay. Throw on a towel. Alright, who am I fighting? Yep, all this time my mother was dead. That is an interesting philosophical quandary, because you're right, your mother is dead. But it doesn't really make this person any less of a person. It just makes your original mother dead. This is all repeat information. I have nothing to add to this. Yep. I'll do anything to help. Sure. You're not very helpful in investigating alternative dimension portals, but you're welcome to help. I mean, you know. You too, Lore. You've done more than your part for now. Leave this to us. Dude. Alright. Back to popcorn. If you're wondering why it's always popcorn, by the way, it's because we have the freaking Loa of corn this expansion. Of course I'm eating popcorn. Pass me the Coke. Okay. Vegetable soup. Packed with tender veggies, this soup is comforting and nutritious in equal measure. Broccoli and spinach sauté. A medley of healthy vegetables stir-fried in corn oil until soft. May be served on its own or atop a bowl of rice. Creamy alpaca pasta. Ooh, that rhymes. Or does it rhyme? Measures? Rhyme? Whatever. This rustic handmade noodle... The rustic handmade noodles are boiled until tender, then tossed in a pan with grilled alpaca fillet and broccoli florets in a cream sauce. Oh, boba tea. Yes, thank you. I love boba tea. An especially nutrient-rich soup chock full of diced papato and smoky mesquite beans. And, of course, tacos! My tacos. There they are. Wouldn't you eat alpacas? They're delicious! I'm really sorry. I'm not sure what happened to her. The others are trying to learn what they can. We've known such a day would come, but I wish we could have at least said goodbye. You knew that she was already gone. Yeah. She forbade us from saying anything. She wanted to tell you herself when the time was right. I expect she was torn over how to reveal the truth to Erenville. I don't think I can blame anyone for keeping it quiet, but how are the people faring? Have they forgotten Seralja already? No, they remember them. Might be a result of the gate at the summit being closed. Most are unaware of the developments. They'll be relieved to hear the king has been defeated, but at the same time, they'll like to panic if they learn the queen has disappeared. Right now, Geode is making contact with the governmental bodies, but it's probably best to keep this under wraps for a time. Yes. I will explain to the people. Everyone, you are no longer immortal! Okay, have a nice day. What? Well, get some salted milk. Glug, glug, glug. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. At time we suspect Zeralja passed, the king's authority transferred to Galulja. What an egotistical prick. God, I have nothing to pass on to you, except total command of the entire Empire League. Goodbye. Yep, Galulja's new king. All coronations required to make it official. Yeah, the system recognizes him as the successor. But I don't want this. I don't want to be king. I can't wait to not be king. It's not a decision you have to make right away, but given the authority that comes with the command of the army, you can't give it up lightly either. We can think on this later, but for now I want you to hold on to it. It's what your father has left you. Which is basic. Jesus Christ. Honestly, so far, yeah, Dakota. No unexpected beats here. Are you alright, Lamity? No. Huh. What is this? I can't... Ah! It's okay, it's called a breakdown. It's alright, really. It's your first breakdown. Don't worry. We all have to have our first one, right? It was actually technically her second. Despite everything that's happened, all the terrible things my brother did, I still don't know how to feel towards him. What's wrong with me? You're an idiot! And also Sora. You just need time to process the fact that the person you called brother was a genocidal, bloodthirsty maniac who tried to mass massacre people on a grand scale out of a fit of spite towards you specifically. Interesting idea, Omega Legion. I do like it. Although we'd have to explain why we go back first, but we could come up with something. Won't everyone hate me? Of course not. You're just the son of a mass murderer. Let's go! I mean, successful mass murderer. He killed a bunch of people. The fact that he was a moron is the only reason his second attack didn't kill a bunch of people. Like, he tried. He pulled the trigger. You know? Legally and morally, he pulled the trigger. The fact that the gun jammed doesn't change the fact that he was willing and intending to murder a lot of people. For no good reason. Screw him. Oh, yep. Murdering people all the place. Getting all the murder in the face, dude. Y'all guys all fine? Yeah, we're fine. I'll be right back. Okay, we got this. We got this. Game. There we go. Jesus. Wouldn't Sid himself count for kids of maniacal idiots? I mean, think about it. Congrats, Braglin.
You are returned!
Oh, hey, Quano. What's up? Are you eating popcorn? It's really good. Would you like some?
Wait there! I'm coming down!
No, I can come... okay. Yeah, nice call with the dragons. Good idea.
Where's Lamachi? What happened inside the dome?
I'm afraid Lamachi is perfectly fine. Don't worry about it.
So my brother is gone.
Oh yeah, Aymeric would be in that one too. You're right, you're right.
Yet the danger remains. And you must soon sally forth unto an unknown reality.
Hey, Kona!
Lamachi, is this boy perhaps?
I like how quickly he figured that out.
This is Zorolja's son, Kululja.
I see. Time did flow differently inside the dome. If he is our brother's child, then... Kululja, was it? My name is Kona, and I am Lamachi's brother.
You're her brother?
You'll find none more dependable than Kona. He's family, and he'll take good care of you.
A pleasure to meet you, Kululja.
A pleasure to meet you too, Uncle Kona.
God, isn't he like 20-something? I appreciate it, Mr. Red.
Well, I suppose I am your uncle. But simply Kona will do.
You're all confused, and little wonder. Rest assured, all will be explained in due course. But for now, I want to make one thing clear. Kululja is his own person. He had no part in his father's crimes.
It's sad that that's like an unusual proclamation.
If you have anger towards Zorolja you need to express, Kona and I will gladly hear you. but you will treat Gololja as you would any child, with kindness.
As we should. The boy's done no wrong.
Thank you.
Yes, the vow of resolve speaks true.
So, will you tell me what happened? Grahatia has given me a summary, but I would hear your detailed account.
Can we walk while we chat? I want to see how things are in the city.
In that case, let us make our way to Bright Plume Post. Our soldiers remain on high alert, but if the threat of invasion has passed, I will bid them take a well-earned rest.
I hate to do this. I'm going to give a music direction negative. Not for the jazz. There have simply been too many scenes. I've been too nice about it. There's simply been too many scenes where the music does not work for the scene in question. Obviously, we just saw 2 in a row, essentially. But yeah, it's been a problem for a decent chunk of the game. Yeah, I'm not even talking about machinations. That's separate. 35, by the way. Am I the only one who every time I see this view I think, what's going on out there? Right? Like there's a random dock. It's just one dock. It doesn't connect to anything. It's just, and it's a place where ships can dock, but like, anyways. I mean, yeah, I know there's the reef, but like, I don't know. I feel like there's, like, I mean, we've got that over there, and we've got plenty of land over there. Like, it feels like you could do a better dock that actually connects to the land, so you could have carts on it over there, and not have to rely on low dip. Okay, what are they called? Low depth? Doesn't go that far below the waterline boats in order to bring them to the actual dock. It was indeed Zoralja's realm inside the door. A realm he jointly ruined with Sphene. It's, yeah, okay, this is, yep, Thank you for explaining all this to Kona. I don't need to hear any of this, but thank you for explaining this to Kona. That's true, Blake Traval. That's valid. I think my real problem with it is it's so small. Like, this is actually a decent-sized dock from an MMO perspective, right? That out there is a spit of land. Like, it's this tiny little... It's one plank that can fit 3 ships. I know, MMO scaling, but, like, it feels like it should be so much bigger. Well, that's actually a good question, Five. I don't know. I'm really bad at estimating populations. I usually use real-life figures to help that kind of thing. Oh yeah, then there's Ishgard and its bridge situation. That's true. Anyways, point being, I think I should give a negative to that dock. All in favor? Is this really just repeating? We're reciting what happened. Words. I was actually going to say something. So if I ever go mad, if I ever get too bad with negatives, I know y'all will just power up, summon your allies, and then I'll become a raid boss. It's okay. Immediately after the fight, I'll be like, you see, I learned something today. I shouldn't give negatives all willy-nilly. Will you forgive me even though I mass murdered millions of people? And you'll be like, yes! You're our ally and our friend, Lore. Everyone's like, yeah. Well, you need the experience? No, Zira, you're already level capped. You're already level capped, Zira. I don't drop any loot. What loot would I drop? My frickin' pin? It's not the voice acted. Thank you for telling me what happened. I'm sorry to hear you had such a burden to bear. It was something I had to do, and it was your strategy that kept Loyola safe. Asking you to rule was definitely one of my better ideas. It was because, yep, Vitra. Yeah, you reached out to Vitra. I dropped 3 mounts. Oh my god, you're right. I dropped all of the shark plushies. I dropped like more shark. I dropped more pets than any other boss in the game. So thanks to Alphino and Estinian, we were able to swiftly forge an alliance with Rods and Han, and then the dragons, and everything's cool. Still a great cutscene. I should go thank them in person. Oh, neck. Yeah, this is actually a best in slot tank trinket. And it's level agnostic, so it continues to scale with your level. It'll always be your best in slot. That's actually funny, because I feel like I've been overly negative on the review on this particular expansion. I guess that's not true. Ever since the halfway point, I feel like I've been overly negative. I like that moment. She's like, I'm gonna go after the World Eater boss. And he's like, okay, go fight the World Eater, I guess. I like that moment of him just like, yeah, I have to accept that my sister's going off to try and get herself killed again. Okay. Yep. You have to go deal with Sphene. Yep. He's giving me Ronique. Where did you have that on your person? Dude. Oh, that's right. I mean, that's true, Interval. That is true. It could be the mecha arc. No! I mean, at least there we had screaming. Hang on, I'm getting a phone call. From Yada, I think. Who might this be from? Yeah, that's right, Laura's with me. Is that so? They say, hey, we need to throw our Pokeball at someone. Come on, let's go. Oh yeah, pacing. I need to get that negative too. I forgot to actually write that one down. Yeah, they just put Arceus in a Pokemon. I'm just chilling. Fine. I'll type up my notes later. We believe we found a way to travel to the reflection where Sphene is sealed. Okay. Yep. Yes, start from the beginning. As you know... Aw, she didn't say it. The gate was opened and closed by the power of interdimensional fusion. It was the artifact known as the key that allowed her to control it. No, Loke, I refuse to give pluses to good boss fights. According to Kettenram, the key was brought with me to the source 20 years ago. Yep. It was also totally from Ultima's people, I'm just saying. Following Zoralja's demise, Fiend claimed the key and disappeared through the gate. Yeah, I want to know why they decided to merge these two story ideas together. I'm not saying it's necessarily the wrong decision or a bad decision or whatever else, because there's always a reason why we do things as writers, right? Maybe there's an idea that interests us. Maybe we need to flesh something out. Maybe we're trying to meet a deadline. Maybe someone in the writer's room really wants to push something. I'm very curious why they decided to merge these two pretty different story arcs into each other. Because they just can't. Like, there's some extremely vague thematic connections between the two, but not any more than you would have, like, between expansions, right? Like, there have been thematic connections across expansions in this game. There's no need to have, the story ideas from Heavensward and the story ideas from Shadowbringers to be literally the same expansion, right? Anyways. Yeah, and there's so little voice acting. Like the scene we're looking at right now. Why is there so little voice acting? And if I might be so bold, I also think they've misused voice acting. Some scenes, so don't mistake me, there's been some good voice acting, some good voice direction, and there's been some good moments which are voice acted, that's good. But then there's several individual scenes which feel like they should be voice acted and aren't, and then there's some scenes which is just dry exposition, which are voice acted. Why allocate your resources that way, right? Why not just, like, if you're going to have limited voice acting time, think a little bit more carefully about who should get the voice acting, you know? Yeah, I'm pretty much with you on that, Rex. It's one of the reasons I was so weirded out when the story arc of Dawntrail ended. Because it did. Days ago. When we finished the Rite of Succession and she accepted Koana as her brother and they had their unification moment. Like, that was the end of the expansion and it was like, yay! And then we went north and it was like, okay. And I tried to talk it out at the time, but I kept being weirded out by how strange everything was. Because it really was the end of the expansion. And it was just like, expansion's the wrong word, but it was the end of the story, right? The book had concluded. Chukunk. Sorry, I should be reading this out loud. I apologize. As you know, I'm not joking, she says that, there should have been one more level at the summit of Everkeep, the 12th level, the King of Resolve's royal abode. But when you actually went there, you saw it didn't exist. Curious, we analyzed Orogenic's logs to see where the memories of the departed were being sent, and where they should be sent but through the gate to the missing 12th level. The level alone must have laid outside the fused region, and so was left behind. And that means... I'll let Alphino jump in on this one. I've been taking a backseat the whole expansion. Might change that now. It means beyond the gate lies not just a reflection, but the one from which Alexandria originally hailed. It is Fiend's homeworld, and she has returned there to join the memories of her departed citizens. But as the key lies with her on the other side, we haven't the means to reopen the gate. Forgive me, but I thought we already knew she had gone home, or at least it seemed obvious to me. What I want to know is, how do we pursue Fiend if the gate is closed? We'll use another gate. It just so happens we know where one is. Yeah, the Golden City. All evidence suggests the gate there leads to the world whence the Alexandrians and I came. Oh, you remembered that. Assuming that's true, how do we open it? That's what we shall figure out, using the code in this earring. By the way, I want to say something out loud. I am giving Kryl a negative if they don't do something with her in the final zone. I'm sorry, this is the exact same kind of negative that I will give World of Warcraft for the exact same problem. Here's a story beat! Are you going to do something with that story beat? What story beat? You introduced a story beat. Did I? As you'll recall, Kryl's earring is infected, as you know. An analysis of it yielded a code, something used to control a contraption, a very large one at that. Yeah, exactly. What sword? They still haven't followed through on that. They've certainly acknowledged it, but they haven't actually followed through on that. I think they will. Pretty soon, actually, from what I've seen. Given the circumstances of Kryl's arrival on the source, we believe that said contraption is the gate to the Golden City. This is admittedly an educated guess, but we are quite hopeful it'll work. To make such progress in short time. You all really are amazing, aren't we? We couldn't have done alone. The credit must go to the members of the Oblivion. Shale, especially. The only Elazon female in the world that's still alive. Right then, it seems the plan is set to Skydeep Cenote. That's actually a good point, Loke. Alright, so thoughts from the audience. Do you think Kryl should get a negative for misuse as of now? And then possibly a positive if they finally do something with her? Because they really have done nothing with her for a very long time. Because, like, I was just thinking about that. That reveal came longer ago than I thought. And yeah, like Loke says, it really is the same as the damn sword. They may eventually follow through on that sword. But, like, was in Legion, you know? Let's put this under character. Yeah, kidding, 5. Begging important. Might I have a moment? Are you already going to give him the thing? Yes, I'd thought to save it for later, but in light of these developments, I feel now is the time. Yeah, a lot of people know about the sword in WoW because it is infamous. You smashed a continent-sized sword into your planet and then walked away from it for 4 expansions. Now, we know from a behind-the-scenes perspective why all that crap happened. But it doesn't make it any less aggravating. 4 expansions. You shoved a sword into a planet. Alright, moving on. Yeah, we more or less literally band-aided it. In Legion, by the way. Sure, summary behind the scenes Legion. Okay, so Bobby Kotick, cronies, horrible people who have since been fired or quit the company, and petty, spiteful vindictiveness. There's your reasons. I'm also going to add one other reason. All of that, everything I just said is what I would consider fact, right? I'm going to add a personal touch on that. Being dickless. Because the developers and writers of WoW decided to just kind of roll with it rather than anything they should have done. I'm sorry. Retconning is generally considered a bad thing, and for a good reason. However, sometimes you need to retcon crap. We talked about this just recently. Is Splinter of a Mind's Eye contiguous with Star Wars? No, it isn't. Why? Because they looked at it and said, this doesn't actually fulfill Star Wars. This doesn't follow through. This would be non-contiguous, and therefore it was retconned. Sometimes you have to retcon crap. They should have retconned several of the story beats that happened at the end of Legion and the beginning of BFA, and instead they decided to roll with them because they were dickless, and they refused to do that. That is opinion. The rest of it is fact. Filiolo is safe in no small part due to your valor. As a token of your appreciation, I have commissioned special equipment for you. Thanks. It apparently incorporates foreign technology. Leave it to Kawana to request such a thing, huh? Mewazunte yonder has the equipment in his keeping. Just say the word, he'll bring it out. Okay. Get out, get job-specific gear. Oh, is this actually my frickin' suits? Now is this my suits? Oh my god, it is. Ha! Okay. Alright, hang on. And it's 690. Yep, okay, so, give me a minute. I appreciate the gear racks. Still. Your brave sacrifice was not in vain. Yeah, hang on, let's... I need a breather. I need a breather from all the negativity. Sword. I think it's everything. Also, I'm dumping all the gear you gave me. I'm just dumping it right in the trash, just so you know. And of course it's night! Oh god, it just started being night, too. Is there anywhere in the world where it's daytime? No, of course there isn't. This will have to do. That's just terrible lighting. You know what? You know what? Actually, yeah, hang on. Give me a second. Hold on. Your thing is mismatched. Yeah, thank you. Oh, hey. I got a card. A card I don't have. That's a rarity. And some tacos. You know, I'm going to Cordoon. I'm sorting a little bit. I think I'm going to get rid of all these coffers. I don't think I have any use for them, really. I'm not going to do that just yet, though. And I'll sort... I think I have enough room to sort that out properly. So let's go ahead and do... Sage. It's hard to see. I think that's it. Yep. We want Asclepian. Asclepian? God, I don't know. For God's sakes, why can't you change gear while with a vendor open? The answer is, of course, spaghetti code. The answer may surprise you. Or maybe not at all. Alright, Red Mage. Roseblood. I like the name. I'm going to ask a very stupid question. How do you level desynthesis? Okay, and then... Okay, so everyone's answering the question I didn't ask, and I suppose that's my fault. So let me phrase this question slightly differently. There's a desynthesis level? I'm not actually being facetious. I had no idea there was a desynth level. How much I've done it. it's not. What else have I leveled? So, I just want you to know that the dancer gear is called Horos. And I'm sorry, but I am not a Horos. I have standards, thank you. Okay. I don't even know what that is, Lenareth. Here's dancer gear. Not actually terrible. I'm never going to wear it again, but, you know, I've seen worse. Those are weapons. Weapons are... they're okay. I like it. I like it. Our earrings are certainly a thing. Let's see. Then we've got Viper. Where we've... This is just straight up Assassin's Creed. This is just straight up Assassin's Creed. I'm not even mad about that. I do like the look. That's just... Yeah. Yeah. And there's Bragwin, who is Assassin's Creed Rogue over there. I make my own lock. The shoulders do look a little weird, but I like the rest of it quite a bit. Alright, then we've got Red Mage. Whoops. Okay, hang on. Okay. Hang on. Oh, God. I don't know how to undo that easily. I don't think I can. Okay, we're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. We're just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. I'll screw with fixing my plates later. There we go. So, Red Mage. Once again, I like the coat. I love coats. I always have. Oh, and it's got the one shoulder thing, which I do actually like. A little bit too much skin, but that is very Red Mage. I like the hat, too. It's a little bit more cowboy-y than your typical Red Mage hat, which I'm completely down for. There we go. How do I don't think I can. I have to go to my house to do that, don't I? Yeah, gotta have a boob window. Is that a shirt? That does not look like a shirt. That is not a shirt. That is just... There is a shirt, but that's just my friggin' skin. So hang on, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4... who am I missing? Oh, healer, Sage. Ah! Well, that's... Hang on. This is really frustrating. Okay, so what did I do? Okay, so I can explain that pretty easily. So there's this thing called glamour plates, and you could attach a glamour plate to a job, right? So that when you equip that job, no matter what its current appearance is, it applies the glamour plate to it. I'm pretty sure I have to actually go back to my armoire thing in-house and in order to fix all that, which is why I'm just living with it for right now. So we're just going to live with that for right now. But anyways, here's Sage. A little bit too fancy for me. And they really like these shoulder things. But I think I'm overall with it. I think I overall like it. I especially like the guns. Oh yeah, let's see if we can do that. Oh, not here. Gear set. Aha! Remove plate link. You're right, we can't just remove plate links here. Let's just do that across the board really quick. Let's get rid of all of these. It's not like I'm doing class stuff anyways. I'll have to reset all this stuff when I'm actually doing the patch walker, or patch trail, excuse me, stream. Okay. Yes. So, Sage. Woo! I don't know, it's a little bit too fancy for me, but I do like it overall, so net positive. And of course, now I should be able to change to Paladin without actually changing. Hey, there's Paladin. That is very Paladin. I like that, though. Like, this is going to sound really strange to anybody who's ever seen real armor, but this looks less decorative than the Paladin norm, and I like it. It looks more like actual armor than your Paladin norm. I know what you're thinking, huh? But no, seriously, Paladin is very painted, usually. Like, shockingly bright white kind of a thing. I like this more metal approach with the golden highlights and the blue fabric more. I like that. I like that a lot. Shield's okay. It's always the crown. I always gotta wear a crown. I like the color scheme too. Time to dye it. Actually, out of curiosity. Okay, so that changes the metal. So what I want is this one. This changes the color under there. So we could change that to like a more stark blue, or we could change that to like a white underneath there. Of course, you'd need the dye, and I do not have the dye, but point being, there's some options. And meanwhile, Bregwin is actually a robot. As it should be. Oh, my neck. Okay. Enough with the tour. Let's continue with the MSQ. We got a wake to do. And I never figured out what heritage quest Lunarith was talking about. So what's a heritage quest, Lunarith? Oh, the zone! I haven't done their side quests yet. And I never will! Shiny new gear, I reckon you're ready for anything. Come, let's get to the Sky Deep Cenote. Okay. the Sky Deep Cenote. Which, of course, is going to involve a run. Thank God we got the Ether Currents. Why do I feel so slow? No, I'll think about doing them on camera. I'm just gonna deprioritize them for the moment. I also don't want to interrupt the flow of the MSQ by just being like, alright, let's go do side quests. Like, we're not doing a random rite of succession thing anymore. We're in serious business. The end of the world is at stake. Billions and trillions of billions of people will die every second unless we stop them. Yeah, I gotta get my Elizon Heritage Armor. I actually haven't done several of those quests still because I'm saving them for the stream. So I still don't have my Blood Elf one, for example. Yeah, I'm here. What took you so long? I had to fly here! It wasn't even that long ago we visited for the rite. So much has happened since then. Yeah. Truly, guided by my grandfather's leather, I crossed the seas in search of answers. What awaited us in the road ahead, I know. That's right, Kryl started this whole adventure. You remember that? I mean, technically Wuklama was there too, but, you know.
Electrope everywhere one turns, harboring vast amounts of lightning. This place is very much alive. Kryl, try holding your earring to the terminal.
No luck. Don't give up yet. The terminal reads the code. It might just need higher clearance. Galulja, would you give it a try?
Me?
If the King's authority is passed to you, then the gate ought to open.
That would be perfect, Omega Legion.
But I leave behind.
Oh my God.
That which I've gained.
This was just 10 minutes ago.
It is yours to embrace or spurn.
Sure, I'd love to hear it. It'd be good fate.
What?
the earring. It really was.
Yes, you really are an alien. Sorry.
Remarkable. A void gate is forced open with a blast of ether, and thus appears as a tear in the fabric of reality. In contrast, this is the stitchwork of a master. Neatly hemmed, without a thread out of place. A power to be reckoned with. But now isn't the time to marvel. If Galuljar can open the gate, then so too can Sveen close it. 'Twould be wise to employ magics in its defense, both to maintain its stability and ward off interference. While I am able to invoke said magics, I cannot sustain them alone. I require another to channel with me, and in unison.
For that role, I do humbly volunteer myself. But even our combined efforts offer no certainty of success. Might we prevail upon the two of you to lend your support?
Of course. If coordination between mages is required, few would be better suited than Alize and myself.
Shall I remain as well?
While your presence would be welcome, I'd rather you joined the expedition team. For despite our earnest efforts, the gate may well end up closed once more. In such a situation, it may fall to those on the other side to devise a method to reconnect our worlds. A task with which you are not unfamiliar, as I recall.
I have faith it will not come to that, but should it? I will endeavor not to disappoint.
So, assuming Wuk-Lamart, Kryl, and Erenville are given for this foray, I'll make myself useful here by guarding those who are maintaining the gate. Should any threats emerge, from the world beyond or otherwise, I'll deal with them.
As will I. Which leaves you free to head in there and do what you do best.
Beat the crap out of things. Why is one of the options I'm sorry? Wait, I'm going to option 2. Make sure we're concerned while we're still young and beautiful, huh? Yeah, no time dilation.
It's fine. Really. Mostly.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Just don't let him bear the burden alone. Do you hear?
I haven't been alone in like 70 levels at this point. Okay. En route here, I caught sight of a large lizard. It looked palatable enough, so I shall hunt it later. We can enjoy the meat with me while you regale me with tales of the world beyond after you've returned. We who shall remain want for neither expertise nor experience. We're not on our account. Fix thy gaze upon the path ahead. I'm needed here. I accept that. I'm not a child anymore. I shall spare no effort in doing my part, so you do yours too. Together we'll protect what we hold dear. There's no telling what dangers we face, I know, but if my mother's out there, I need to find her. And give her a piece of my mind! If XIV is intent on plundering ether from other worlds, then our task is clear. We must stop her. She cannot be allowed to harm anyone else, neither can those who are dear to us, nor strangers we've never met. 20 years ago, I emerged from that gate. Whether or not the answers I seek lie on the other side, I will see things through. You're only 20. I would be lying if I said I'm not nervous, but your presence gives me comfort and courage. I imagine your other travel companions often feel the same. Power I've inherited, I'll use it for good. I will! Sure thing, Vivi. To be completely honest, it's all I can do not to throw myself into that light. I must resist the urge, for my presence will be required here should the gate close. It wouldn't do to lose everyone, our champion not least of all. I've done all I can. You should meet with Kakuya, and please tell her I said thank you. Sorry, Barbarina. I would dearly love to accompany you, but this time I will content myself with seeing you off. Where you go now, I pray you find hope. I look forward to hearing your account upon your return. Once again, I must leave Lamati in your care. Please return safely. I'll keep everyone safe. Just focus on your task. Okay. Alright, so what do we got beyond the gate, huh? I've already given my prediction. I should kind of stream like right here just to be a dick about it.
'Tis done. Whenever you're ready.
We'll protect the portal. Keep it open no matter what.
Beyond lies an unknown reflection. Short of asking an Ascian, we unfortunately have no way of identifying which one it is.
Well, what we do know is that it's XIV's domain. A place where she brings back those who've been lost. So for now, why don't we call it the Unlost World?
Okay. That's a terrible name. Let's do it.
Right. Let's go.
Alright, this is it. This is it. This is it. Sorry, this is all I can do on short notice. Yeah, what? It is a golden city. Which, ironically, was the thing I was expecting the least.
The sheer amazement we felt when we emerged on the other side of the portal. I fear words do not do it justice. Before us was a vibrant world where the memories of the departed abided and reveled in bygone days. Living memory, or so the Endless called it. How they laughed and smiled as they reminisced upon unfulfilled dreams, alive in all perceivable ways, yet knowing no loss. So resplendent was every ilm of this paradise. The words rose unbidden to my lips.
Vanilla wow.
All this time, it was here. The city of gold.
Okay. I wasn't expecting this at all, I'm gonna be real. But yeah, I find this interesting because there's a weird presumption here, which might make a degree of sense. Hear me out for just a second. Endless might not have access to Dynamis. And if Endless have no access to Dynamis, then Medion wouldn't have affected them. So, that might not even be a plot hole. It's entirely possible that these people were just sitting here blissfully unaware of the end of the galaxy outside of their little bubble. Now, I know what you're about to say. That doesn't make sense and is unnecessary because they were protected by Zodiark, and that Zodiark protected all of the shards. And once Zodiark's protection went down, the galactic level threat was local because of bad writing. So, never mind. Still, interesting to think about. This place is eye-searing. Look at this place. Also, ancient people are maintaining a perfect paradise based on their old bygone age at the cost of killing however many people they need to make their dreams come true. That sounds vaguely familiar for some reason. Actually, I do, little Billy. This is my world, my home. Neither the void nor the first. We have indeed come to an unknown reflection. Oh my god, this music is terrifying. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. We've literally stepped into the Yokui legend. Whatever reflection this would be, 'twould seem the barrier between here and the source is thin in Yaktiel. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the 9th reflection. So we'll just call it the 9th. I mean, FF9. But also it is literally the 9th, right? Hey, Erenville, that volcano over there? You don't suppose it's real, do you? An actual volcano spewing forth lava in the middle of a city. I'd like to see that. Hey, you never know. Look, there's a path down. Let's see where it goes. Yeah, we're not on a time crunch. Let's explore. And I have many happy, smiling faces welcoming me. Welcoming me. There is nothing but joy here. Oh, okay, whatever. Well, it's the 9th, so let's just call it the 9th. Again, even regardless of the obvious presence of it being the 9th, it just makes sense, because FF9. Oh, thank God I can mount here. We are a ways up, too. And they have a literal theme park over there. And I don't even know what to make of that. Like a fake Venice? Yeah, the brickwork is horrifying, I think is the word I want to use. Let's go with horrifying. That's a good word for it. I see Electrope is used here too. There's no mistaking the design of the Aetheryte. People here, could they be? Why this song of all songs? This is the Vivi sad song. Right? Like, this is the song that plays when something bad has happened and Vivi is processing it. It's strange, though. I've never been to this place before. It makes me feel nostalgic. Yeah, I already made that joke. Unlike Everkeep with its advanced technology, here it's brick and stone. It's like we've traveled to the past. The differences may be more superficial than you think. Take a good look at the buildings around us. There's electrope everywhere, along myriad connections. Like how XIV projects her image onto soldiers, I believe the city's appearance is artificial. This aetherite is identical to the one at Everkeep, is it not? This suggests that this place is Alexandria. That would seem a fair assumption. In light of all this, could be the city's Everkeep is missing its 12th level. Coffee and vodka? Ew. Welcome, friends. Welcome. Welcome. Who are you? Really, Blade 12? Yeah, no, this is consistently one of the sorrow songs of FF9. My name is Constancy, and like you, I am an endless. We have been recreated from the memories of those who have exhausted their souls. The departed, in other words. Great effort is taken to ensure the integrity of your memories, so it will feel no different from when you were flesh and blood. I need to get my glasses on. I can barely see here. I am caretaker at Living Memory, City of the Endless, and it is my pleasure to provide guidance to newcomers such as yourselves. City of the Endless. At a glance, there seems to be many different facilities. What kind of place is this? Simply put, it is a recreational attraction. The city is divided into 4 areas, each of which captures scenery that wants to find our continent. In this way, we ensure what is lost is not forgotten, that all precious memories endure forevermore. In Everkeep's early days, this place was used by the living, but it was made a haven for the Endless hundreds of years later. Now then, if you would follow me, I shall give you a guided tour. Take care, as wildlife brought here for preservation roams freely. Hold on a moment. Well, the tour will be interesting. It's Fiend we've come to see. You wish to meet the Queen? In that case, you are in luck. It was just announced Her Majesty will enter into a slumber. But there is still time. She's over there, at that terrifying goddess statue. We start salivating immediately. Thanks, Constancy. We'll take you up on the tour next time. I shall look forward to it. Good luck seeking out Her Majesty. You don't like my tour guide voice, Blade Duval? The extremely fake, false happiness. Welcome. 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 Everything here is perfect. You should be smiling. Do you need help smiling? A smile specialist can be assigned to you in as short as 13 minutes. Assistance with sightseeing logs can be procured, as long as levels are still required in certain classes, because it takes so long to level this game. Sorry. No, that's exactly what I was pulling from, Kenix Cow. That's exactly what I was pulling it from. Like, sorry, that's Graha. Like the chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote, the electrope here produces a strong golden light. A difference in energy levels, perhaps? Yeah, we don't need handrails. We're cool. We're cool. I wonder, can the Endless venture elsewhere, or can they only survive here? Yeah, no, the Twilight Town vibes are real. The music definitely leans that way. Plants are realistic now, I can tell. Not everything's an illusion. So, I'm trying not to spoil something, Leiteval, but let's just say that when I say fake, I mean not real, as opposed to fraudulent. I know that sounds like a minor distinction, but it's actually an important one. We are completely sincere in our desire to make sure that you end your day with a smile on your face. You know, that kind of thing. As opposed to... I'm not even sure how I would voice that, actually. I'd have to think about that. The Nintendo presentation on the Ring Fit would be a good example of actually lying through your teeth nonsense. Base pizza can be applied as necessary.
Sven? Are you there?
I'm not ready to be the final boss yet. Go home.
If you are, say something. We need to talk.
I mean, do we?
Sven.
That you should come here.
I haven't known you long, Sven, but I know you have a good heart. Your love for your people is proof of this. I can't let you do what you're trying to do. And deep down, I don't think you want to do it either.
I want a world without suffering. A world where nothing is lost. Would that such a place existed. But the endless only grow in number, and ever more life forces needed to sustain them. Within the barrier, we have managed to curb the cycle of rebirth these few hundred years. But we've reached the limit. That is why I looked to interdimensional fusion, to harvest what we needed from your world. From your people. And with the key, we will have it.
And once you've plundered our world of ether, what then? Will you do the same to others? All men eventually die. If you make endless of everyone, you will never have enough ether to sustain them.
Yeah, I called that days ago.
Prolong the inevitable.
Sven, if you would nevertheless persist in this folly, we must stand against you. For we too have people we cannot lose, places to which our hearts belong.
Damachi, I would have loved nothing more than to work hand in hand with you to tend our nations. But fate is cruel. By the time it had brought us together, our futures had already been written.
Again.
The kind and gentle Queen Sven was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. I will erase all memories of the living Sven, she who has cursed me with this soft and powerless nature. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria. A devourer of worlds. When two nations cannot protect their own without doing harm to the other, there can only be one resolution. It is a hard truth, but one you understand, don't you?
Not really. We've been placing peace seeds everywhere for like a year solid. Like, you're an idiot.
I'm afraid we're out of time. The process has begun, and it cannot be stopped.
Mesoterminal memory deletion in progress.
I mean, her programmers were stupid.
Mesoterminal memory deletion in progress. Upon completion, interdimensional fusion will commence.
Oh, so now we've got a ticking clock. Cool. Time to do side quests. Yeah, and Medion was programmed by an idiot who had no... They even called him out in-universe for how stupid his programming was. I appear to have a new cat-based accoutrement here. Yeah, let's merge the worlds. Okay. So here's our army. What do you have? Nothing. Okay, bye. The Endless were unsustainable from the first. Sphene has been fighting a lost cause. Yep. Granted, it was speculation, but yeah, I called that forever ago. The Endless exist in defiance of the laws of nature, but they exist nonetheless, with Sphene holding them to be no different from the living. While Sphene's intentions are good, her methods are anything but... yeah, also, I'm kind of with Takoida. Can we stop with the death is a good thing angle, please? I know this is Japanese, but for real. Can we stop with the death is good angle, please? Okay, cool. Thanks. What do we do now, damn it? I felt like I'd come to understand Sphene, but I'm still clueless. Yeah, it's because she's a program. What's a program? Is that like someone who's really good at gramming? Yes. What's a gram? Oh my god. It doesn't seem... You're right, Mount Overlord. It doesn't seem like there's much else to do here. Let's return to the Aetheroid for now. The caretaker, Constancy. Maybe he can tell us more about this process and give us some side quests. Because that's what we need now that we have an actual ticking clock. No. Let's side quest it up. Oh, this is a huge zone. Look at that. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh, God. I don't like any of that. Hey, Cauldron. So what do they have for sale? They've got little bat... They've got popcorn! Oh my god, I will give everything to eat all of your popcorn. Sir? Sir, please. No! Give me the popcorn! Give me the popcorn! And we just break through and kill everyone. Take the popcorn. I mean, honestly, yeah, like, their system is completely unsustainable. We've already covered that. In fact, it's possibly even worse than it is. Think about it this way. What if the ether they're consuming to sustain the Endless doesn't return to the life stream? You know, the XIV problem. That could lead to permanent destruction on a planetary level. Yes, he was just here earlier. A fellow named Constancy. Wait, what? Hello, everyone. You made it here, as I knew you would. Is that who I think it is? It's Bobina. Well, I mean, it isn't, by definition, but it's Bobina too. None other. This is the first time seeing some of you in the proverbial flesh, isn't it? Feast your eyes, then. She who was controlling the unassuming machine was a ravishing Shatona maiden. Lady. I mean, you're older than me. So it was true that your here means... I tried to tell you so many times, but my courage always failed me. I am indeed an Endless. Have been for quite a while now. Erenville. Now you've come to stop Sphene. Yes, I can help with that, but I have a request to make. Do some side quests. Well, there are no guarantees. You coming here makes it a distinct possibility. As my wish is relevant to your mission, will you hear me out? You can decide what to do afterwards. Oh, sure, we don't have a ticking clock or anything. Excellent. To begin with, we need to head to a different area. Oh, God. You're right, Equalitas. So, this is presumption based on inference. But I've gotten the impression that Sphene, probably thanks to her programming, has been endlessing everyone who comes here. Like Lumika is probably here, right? Every time someone dies, they go into the cloud, which means a new endless is created to keep her that particular person's memory going. In other words, and I've speculated on this earlier, the amount of people that they have to keep as endless is only growing over time. Because you kill someone, take their essence, rip the memories out of it, toss the memories into an endless, toss their soul into the factory. Or factory's the wrong word. Power plant. If I don't say anything, maybe he won't see me. Furnace, that's a better word for it. No, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Yeah, you get the idea, right? Like, and we'll see. I do plan to do the side quest here, but it'd be interesting if we do meet Tirali citizens here. Or, again, Lumika, an individual we've actually interacted with several times. We need more server space. No! What do you mean, sir? I'm sorry, it's just she's gone. Yet to see her carrying on like this, nothing. I don't know how to feel. Yeah, it's an interesting situation, isn't it? Your mother is dead, but your mother, too, is wandering around just fine, as if nothing happened. Interesting color coding going on. She's already teleported ahead. I think I know how it works. Do you? Error, user registration confirmed. I bid you welcome to Canal Town, the resort of romance and relaxation. Please enjoy your stay. That's how I would do fraudulent happiness. I'm so happy that you're beating me up in the face. I appreciate every single loving punch you craft to my perfectly sculpted face. Please continue at your earliest convenience. Her music? Really? This is Hilda's theme. What a charming place. Who decided on the music choices here? Okay, you know. No, I'm overwriting you. Hang on. I'm pulling up the FF9 soundtrack that I know better than you. On that, I can only speculate, because that is a good question, Blentool. No, I'm not actually going to give it a negative. It's just, I'm getting irrationally upset about this, because I know this soundtrack so well. I've done a theater on this game. All right. Hang on. I got to find the song, because there is actually a song that I think fulfills what this town should have. I gotta find it, though, so give me a second. Yeah, it's their game! It's your... There it is, there it is. Tell me I'm wrong. They look happy. So what's this request of yours? He strikes me more as Kuja, more than anything else in Mega Legion. Then again, you're right, he does have the monomania thing of Braun. I want you to erase us. Erase the endless. What? It's just back to the default. By erase, she means kill. She means kill. Let's use our words. Generic sad music. I'm not sure, Loke. I'll have to chew on it. I shouldn't say generic, that sounds insulting. What I mean by that is this is the one of the more typical Sorrow songs. This plays often. Come now, spare me those gloomy faces. Being alive, you're the only ones who can do this, and we won't have a better opportunity than now while Sphene is preparing to initiate interdimensional fusion. Actually, no. Game. Although, just to make it clear, Terra... Just while we're here, because I'm just down this rabbit hole now. Where the hell's the Terra music? There it is. It is wrong to sacrifice others to sustain the endless. This I firmly believe. But talking to you right now, you seem as real as any of us. And if you need an answer right away, I don't know if I can give it. Is there a reason we need to act so soon? Because, as you've just said, it's wrong to sacrifice others to sustain us. Remember, we need life force. Other forms of ether don't cut it. In the beginning, we managed with the ether of those who died in the barrier, but as our numbers grew, there began to be a shortage. That's why Queen Sphene looked to other sources. Even at the ether I'm composed of may have come from victims from the attack on Tuliolo. I can't bear that thought. Can't bear to exist because someone died. We'd probably feel the same way if we were in your shoes, but what exactly are you asking us to do? In each zone, there's enormous data storage devices called a terminal. That's where our memories are kept. If you shut down a terminal, the memories within will disappear, along with the endless who were created from them. Does this need to be done now? Can't we stop Sphene first, then take it from there? It's precisely in order to stop Sphene, it must be done now. Her own memories are stored within the meso-terminal, which stands at the heart of the living memory. As you would expect, the terminal's defenses are extremely tight. But has moments of vulnerability, such as when it was just finishing its calculations, which we can exploit to shut it down from within. While we were waiting for that opening, we erased the endless. Once we are gone, Sphene will no longer have a reason to plunder ether from other worlds. Would Sphene simply allow us to shut down the terminals? In preparation for fusion, the meso-terminal is currently performing massive calculations while gathering energy. Even if the system notices us, it cannot easily suspend the process. In doing so, I believe it'll attempt to accelerate the timetable and bridge the worlds before the plan can be thwarted. It wouldn't be a decision Sphene would wish to make, but she would be able to save those who are stored in the meso-terminal, at least. There's sense in your strategy, but In resolving the top Fiend, we had anticipated coming to this, but to actually talk about erasing the Endless is difficult. Yeah. You needn't feel any guilt. No matter how lifelike we seem, we Endless are but facsimiles created from memories. So you're people. You may not be the originals, but you're still a person. Come on, guys. This is... Am I wrong? Haven't we already covered this exact concept in FF14? Maybe we haven't. Maybe I'm just an idiot. I can accept that. I can accept being stupid. Besides, stopping Fiend requires that you shut down the mesoterminal, which sustains all of us. Sooner or later, it'll have to be done. If we are to be erased, let it be before people come to harm. Living, breathing people with futures they wish to experience. Now that's possible. I already theorized that they could be stuck in a 30 go to 10. The only evidence that they are not is the woman we're talking to right now. No, it's an interesting... so, to be clear, I'm not going to give any additional negatives to the usage of the FF9 music. Let me be clear and honest. I have something stuck in my eye. Oh my god. Ah! Let me be clear and honest. I do not agree with a lot of their music choices. That's it. I just wanted to comment on that, because I don't think it necessarily detracts from most of the scenes in question. With regards to the usage of the FF9 music. Now, I do think there's been a music direction problem in this entire expansion. I stand by those negatives. Those are already given. But I think the way they're using the FF9 soundtrack, like right now, is just not as good as it should be. In other words, I think this is an absence of a positive, because I think if they really used FF9 music properly here, this could be a positive. FF9's music is extremely evocative. Never mind connection to it or being familiar with it. Instead, it's fine. It's a wash, in other words. And yeah, I'm trying really hard not to bring up their usage of FF4 and 3 music, because they've done both of those really, really well. As a personal request, while her actions cannot be condoned, I ask that you afford Queen's Fiend a measure of understanding. No, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, Equalitas. No. Take this zone and throw it out the window. What I'm talking about with regards to negative to music direction is everything prior to this moment. I gave those negatives before we even entered this zone. So it has nothing to do with anything. So, preservation made the choice for her. She's powerless to resist her purpose. So can we go beat up the computer then, please? The Sphene you know is an ideal that preservation brought to life. Harnessing the love and the living Sphene bore for her people, they brought forth an eternal queen whose primary directive is to preserve the Endless. But as you know, the Endless consume ether. Sphene was compelled to find a way... Yeah, I get it. She's an AI that has a 30 go-to 10 problem. This is... Okay. Blightval, I want you to never harm any living being. And your second directive is to shoot that bunny. Yeah, it's the Elidibus thing all over again. Telling me the original Sphene wouldn't have chosen this? What the Queen might have done, only she herself would know. But the scientists of preservation have vanished, leaving their created Queen to walk alone. But as you go about your mission, think not that you're stopping a ruthless villain, but rather you're relieving a troubled soul of her burden. You know, I have one very last complaint to mention here. Yeah, Rax gets it. Rax understands where I'm coming from. One moment, please. I don't actually know the name of the song that's playing right now. 1 second, please. I want to make one last point. Double stuck! Double stuck! Sorry. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. Nope. Still no. FF9 soundtrack is very flowery in its title, so it's not always super clear what's what. Oh, that's really? That's the name of that song? Quick step. Whoop, 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 whoop. Now this song would be perfect for this place. Welcome. No, there it is. Okay, let me make this a little bit clear, what I'm about to do. Let me turn on the in-game music. Do you hear the problem? It is the exact same song. It is copy-pasted from the original. To make my point slightly more thoroughly, if you'll forgive me the indulgence. See my point? Once again, I feel this is more of an absence of a positive situation. But yeah, they literally just took the songs and pasted them into the game. It is lazy. And I have to put it in quote-unquotes because I am like 95% certain that the reason for it is because Soken was overworked working on FF16, right? Like, he was already doing an entire soundtrack for an entire other game. And it's like, oh, yeah, by the way, we need you to do music for this one. Okay, here you go. Isn't this just FF9 music? Shut up! Shut up, I'm busy. That's the final point I wanted to make. It, like, if you remember, when Sphene first showed up, I had an immediate weird reaction, because it was literally the song from FF9 copy-pasted. Anyways. So, I know we're pressed for time, but I want to meet as many people as possible. You truly are Galul Jaja's kitten. Well, the calculations will take a while still. It should be fine if we do as we proceed. Oh yeah, Preservation are definitely the Terrans of this situation, and Sphene is the Garland of this situation. I'll leave you to it then. Once you finish here, come meet me at the fountain. Soken, how do I put this as I intend it to be stated? Soken needs to work less. You know, we need to have him not burning himself out. We need him to enjoy a nice long life after this point. Yeah, the dude literally recovered from cancer. Can we give him a break, please? here? Who does he think he is? Me? Really, FM Aylward? That's funny. You know what? I will take 1,000 more machinations if it means Soken gets to live more of a life. I will accept that burden. Give negatives for it. Square does have other talented composers. Although I've noticed that Shimomura has, like, pulled back a little bit. Have you caught that? She was cranking out a lot of games for a while there, and she's pulled back hard. I mean, moral relativism is kind of stupid, Wolfster, on many levels. But I do get the overall approach of it. I just think it's extremely misplayed. I even complained about that there. In this case, I don't really think it applies here. Again, we're lacking some key information. There's several people who have been presuming, in-universe, excuse me, people in-universe have been presuming that the Endless are not real people. And they keep using that terminology, real people, or fake people, or people that matter, right? All of that's a load of hogwash, as anybody familiar with any kind of speculative fiction will tell you. Because if you have sentience and sapience, you're probably at the point of being a person. Whether you're a droid or a blob or a rock, right? One moment. Yeah, if you have the capacity for empathy, then you're probably a person. Now, having said that, I do agree with what I just said earlier. I think I said that out loud? Sorry, I'm juggling a few things mentally. That the Preservation Corps, the ones who set all this up, they're the actual villains here. And, true to FF9, we never actually see the actual villains, because why would we? This is FF9. Now, do not spoil this for me, but I wonder if we're going to get a Necron in this. Don't even say anything. I don't even want to hear it. But it's something that's been in the back of my mind for all, because we have a Garland, we have a Kuja, we arguably have a Garnet, and we definitely have the Terrans. I bumped into a dear friend in life, and we've been whittling away our hours reminiscing. I might actually have more... it might have been more like days. You don't get a sense of time here. By the way, did you hear the announcement earlier? As much as I love this place, I wonder if Queen's Fiend can really sustain us forever. I suppose there's no use worrying about such things. Anyway, thanks to you, we found a break in our conversation. We can go ride the gondola next. God, imagine talking for days. Don't even. No, you're right about Overlord. The irony is there is no moral quandary here. These people need to stop existing at the moment because they are an existential threat. So, Chakong. Having stated that, I do honestly find myself wondering if an alternate method of endless sustaining is possible. Like, I was actually just about to bring that up at Qualitas. Vampires, depending on the setting, can coexist with other people, right? I mean, the Borg can coexist with other people under the right circumstances. So, again, I find myself wondering if there is a method of sustainability here. Now, having said that, that should probably be more of a choice thing, and we don't have that choice right now because we're kind of busy trying to stop Sphene from being the horrible Death Doom. Yeah, Otis lasted centuries. Surely there's other ways we can make this work. Hello there. Taking in the sights of the canal town too, are you? Both my wife and I just adore this place. We'd become estranged in life, but she and I, well, her being here gave us the chance to reconcile. I couldn't be more grateful for the chance to have these little moments together. I have no more regrets. Whether Her Majesty's plan succeeds or no, I can rest with peace in my heart. We shall continue on our way, but I hope to see you again. Till next time. And yeah, their numbers growing is definitely an issue. That's an issue regardless. Like, unsustainable populace, that's a thing. regardless of whether you're made of bits or bone. You there, have you tried the popcorn? I gasped so hard, it hurt my throat. Oh my god. You haven't had the popcorn, you don't know what you're missing. I consider myself something of a gourmand, and believe me when I say the classic salt flavor is amazing. The saltiness is simply exquisite. That's the only way to describe it. Once you have a mouthful, it's impossible to stop till it's all gone. And after you've tried it, I urge you to seek the other stalls. There's lots of them, offering all manner of delights. Oh, try the popcorn! Okay. I've been running this popcorn gag for a few days now because of the corn servant. So I have to say that really just makes my day that they decided to lean into the popcorn gag. Just once. Have a browse. Let me know when you're ready to order. You're here on that lady's recommendation as well, I take it. Uh-huh. I've been wondering... Of course, Garaha goes, oh my god, look! Look! It's there! It's right there! Of course, Garaha would go right for popcorn. Or food, excuse me. Not popcorn, just food in general. I've been wondering what the Endless do for sustenance, so it seemed like a good opportunity to learn. Yeah, those are massive popcorn kernels. Oh my god, that looks so good. Is this your first time eating? Not in general, but, you know. Damn it, Omega Legion, I knew it. The food here is created using ether and memory data. To us, it tastes just like the real thing. If it's made of ether, it is the real thing. It's like saying, even though this food is replicated, it's real food. Of course it freaking is. Alright, Garaha. Oh my god. I'm going to have popcorn with Garaha. No charge. The food is all free here. It only costs ether, after all. Probably Logue. Even though Star Trek has tremendous influence on an amazing amount of things. Food created with memory data. How will this taste to the living? This is going to be funny. Here we go, here we go. Agreed on all 3 points, little Billy. As they say, there's only one way to find out. Okay, here we go. Here we go. While it has texture, you can detect no taste whatsoever. That's... I'm going to burn this city to the ground. It's amazing. I've never had such tasty popcorn. It's not our bestseller for nothing. What about you? It is truly interesting. It's always special watching newcomers eat for the first time. Yeah. No, I remember, game. Thank you. Make me give you a negative game. I'll do it. I'm crazy. Just like the people of Everkeep. They probably were the people of Everkeep. Thank you for your custom. Come again anytime. By the way, prior to this, a young man caught my eye near the canal. He appeared to be searching for something rather frantically. Did you perchance see him too? Yeah, welcome to heaven. There's eternal food. It tastes like nothing. And yeah, this is kind of throwing a little bit of a wrench into the what exactly are the Endless. We need more data. We need to be like, Sphene. Could you chill? What do you mean? Just, oh my god, we killed Zira! The popcorn was that bad. Can we get Sphene? Give us a few days, okay? Let us research this issue and understand what an Endless is, and like how exactly much of a honeypot the electrodes are. Electrope, what the hell it's called? You know, the vibranium. Wait, but that means if I can taste the popcorn, little one, then... What the hell are those? It would seem he is no longer in the vicinity. Let's keep looking. I cannot claim to know how the Endless behave, but hopefully our man has not gone far. In all seriousness, this feels like a situation we could work our way through. If, you know, we had time. I do agree with Little Billy. Like, it just feels too much like Electrope as a honeypot. Like, think about the sequence of events as we know them, right? Oh my god, they're having an increase in storms to the point where it gets worse and worse and worse every year. That's not the calamity itself. That's the build-up to it. All of a sudden, they find this new thing. It's amazing. It's Electrope. It can convert ethereal energy from lightning to other things. Fantastic. Perfect. Build up, build up, build up. Lindblom attacks. Calamity happens. Tell me the Ascians weren't behind that. The question is, how much of a honeypot is it? Like, how many things do we not know about how it operates? God, strike me now. We reunite after 100 years. What should happen? Yes? Apologies, I'm in some haste. If you have something to say, make it brief. What's up? Your friend knows I'm in trouble. You've been looking for me. What kind souls you are. I've lost something important. An engagement ring intended for my beloved. A lanky, monkey-like fiend. Kimon? Okay. If I were to be struck down and my essence dispersed, I would not like to be remade for a long time. I cannot risk that, not after my beloved has finally been given form again after 100 years. Though it pains me to do so, I shall give up on the ring, but I thank you for your kind concern. So, that's interesting. I was gonna say, yeah, they've probably got some kind of waiting room where the data sits waiting for Ether to dump it into a new form. Clock tower, clock tower. Okay, where is it? I can't see it. Ah, it's gone! For real, I actually appear to have lost the clock tower. No, no! Anyways. And yes, I've secretly decided to add the Ascians to RFF, and they're behind everything. Everything's an old god. I mean, an Ascian. Where's that stupid tower? Yeah, they even showed it earlier. It's gotta be shorter than I thought. Oh well. Oh, 'tis you again. Was there something else? Yeah, I got your ring, boy. Yep. The continuum from our Trek, that's also the Ascians. And our wars, ho ho, where do you think the Force came from? Thank you ever so much. So you've already resolved the situation, Lore. You must be the friend who noticed me. I owe you my gratitude as well. My name is Euclase. I was planning to propose to my beloved with the ring, and thanks to you I can do that. Well, well, that is cause to rejoice indeed. Did the two of you meet here? No, we were sweethearts in life, but I died young, and she only followed me decades later. Then our reunion wasn't yet to be, for the ether shortage means not everyone yet can be recreated. I had to wait until but recently to see her again. A reunion beyond death. Such a thing would be possible here, I suppose. Yeah, but she's moved on, boy. I assume you're newly arrived. While our memories are stored in the terminals, less than 1 in 10 of us has a given form. 10%. Actually, that's higher than I thought it would be. I myself have been reincarnated 3 times now, and each time there seems to be fewer of us. It's fairly a miracle my beloved and I could meet. I see. Given the circumstances, the chances of existing concurrently with an acquaintance would be slim indeed, and slimmer still for a loved one. Truly, that's why I decided to do that which I failed to do in life, ask her for her hand. With her regulator, she was spared the sadness of my death. Even so, she never took another man for the rest of her days. She told me that, though she couldn't remember me afterwards, she could never shake the feeling of something precious being lost in her life. That sweet fool. Damn it, Lineruth. The ring represents a yearning I had long carried, though I know full well it's only a construct, like these bodies of ours. There's still part of me that wonders if this is wrong. Not that I expect us to exist forever, even in this form. But to be with the one I love once again and make her happy, however wrong this world is, I have nothing but gratitude for Queen's Fiend. If you'll excuse us, I have to go and make a proposal. I've made her wait long enough as is. This isn't much, but here, have this as a token of my thanks. It's experience! I love experience. No, it's tickets. For the gondola. To ensure that order is preserved, we must observe the proper way of doing things, even here. It is very much like Queen's Fiend to make it so, is it not? Take care, friends. See to it you have no regrets. I think it's about time we rejoined the others. What do you say we do so by gondola? Yeah, sure. So, yeah, first of all, there's the etchings of the heart thing we've already discussed. Pretty much solidly confirmed. Second of all, I guess that tower, maybe? I don't know. See, now I don't even know what tower you're referencing. Maybe that tower? I don't know. Time to go on a date with Guraha! Actually, no, I am not, in fact. What I find myself wondering is... I'm trying to think how to explain this. Obviously, the Ascians were involved here. Duh. But we've got one of two broad possibilities. Either A, they were involved, got what they wanted to, and moved on. And so, they don't care about what's happening here. Because, no, it's not lunchtime for another 50 minutes, act. And don't care about what's happening here because it's, they're done. They've accomplished all they wanted to. Or B, they actually were a part of ensuring that this system existed for some other future purpose, which they never got around to doing because they got distracted and then dead. Now, if that sounds like a stretch, remember, we've already seen multiple concurrent plots the Ascians had going on that once we removed the Ascians, the plots kind of kept tilting, Plans, it needed maintenance to keep going on the proper path. And when they are removed from the equation, that proper path immediately goes to hell. See, that's actually the direction I was thinking in Kalen Mages. Also true, Blitz. They're playing the romantic theme right now, by the way. I just want you to know that. They're playing the romance theme. They know what they're doing for this scene. I'll give you that. Hurt your eyes. Come here, Gra.
Do you remember what I said to you before all this? That life is a series of journeys, that you must be true to yourself, for indeed, there's no telling what awaits. I don't know about you, but I certainly didn't expect to behold such sights. The future is as fluid as the water beneath us, truly. Tell me, my friend, have you ever wished to be reunited with someone who has passed away? I have. I do. But I think, above all else, I wish that they had lived.
Yeah, technically you've seen us die.
If only for one more day. Just one more day. A joyous one, if I could choose. I did all that I could to make it happen. I tried everything, and spared nothing. In that manner, I was able to keep some few souls out of harm's way, but so many were beyond my power to save. What would I have done then, had I this?
The eternal picture.
And you? Can you imagine yourself spending eternity here, knowing no loss?
No. Graha, do me a favor, boy. My buddy, my pal, my brother, my secret lover. Please do not upload me to the cloud. Thanks. So it's nice to chat with you again, my friends. It feels as though it's been in some time. Having met Endless like you, Clays, I feel I've come to understand Sphene a little bit better. Anyone would wish those dear to them a long and happy future, and she bears the burden of this desire for all her subjects. Yet as Kral said, we have too many people we cannot lose. And that brings me to a negative. Popcorn kernel. Okay, we're good, we're good. Let me jot down some notes really quick before I talk that out. What the hell is this? We've talked a few times about how this expansion doesn't really fit with the previous expansion. I'm using my terminology wrong. The first half of this expansion doesn't fit with the second half of the expansion. We can talk in terms of stakes and scope and plot and tone, but there's one thing above and beyond all else that really strikes me, and that is theme. There was an overwhelming and actually fairly well done theme in the first half of this expansion, which was all about understanding and how understanding can break down barriers. How you can get to know someone more, and it's harder to hate someone who's a face, who's a person, who's someone you know, than it is to hate a distant name or a concept or something like that. And we ran around pushing down those boundaries as hard as we could and helping people to connect with each other in order to try and actually make peace. Like, we were peace crafting, for lack of a better way to put that, by connecting people to each other and ensuring that their prosperity would be mutual. That is a strong theme, and it worked very well, and I loved it. End statement. New statement. Now we have a completely new theme. And it really has been a completely new theme. It has nothing to do with the previous one. And whether or not it works on its own right or not is certainly debatable. Yeah, exactly, Jim Whisperer. But it doesn't connect with the previous theme in any way that I am capable of perceiving. And I was really brought to mind of this because, as Omega Legion just mentioned, we've already had an entire expansion solely devoted towards dealing with loss, because that's ultimately what this boils down to. Everything about Zorulja and his story arc, everything about Erenville and his mother, everything about Wuklemat losing Lamika, everything about the very nature of how those stupid temple thingies work, everything about the nature of the place we're staying at right now is all about avoiding loss and not... Oh, hey, there's the clock tower. And not dealing with it. Hang on. I see two people up there eating ice cream, it looks like. I wouldn't worry about it. And I'm not saying this theme is bad, I am saying this theme is dissonant. And repetitive, if I might be so bold. And that's it. I just wanted to comment on that, because it struck me one of the biggest reasons why this feels so disconnected from the first half. And I know that sounds weird, because you're like, it's got aliens and robots. That doesn't disconnect something, right? I've played FF4. You can have aliens and robot and magic side by side. That doesn't bother me at all, as long as you do it well. But this has been bothering me, and I think that theme thing is the big reason why. Now that I look at it closely, the clock has no hands, on account of there being no need to keep track of time. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about that briefly. That's an interesting concept for you. So, there's a webcomic, I know this is a weird direction to come at this from, there's a webcomic called Order of the Stick, which has dropped off substantially in the last few years. Well, it needs to just end at this point. But anyways, that has done some extremely good and interesting world building over its years. One of the things it did was that the moment you die and go on to the afterlife, your sense of time goes away completely. And they even describe it in universe. They have a term for it, which I forget right now, where all of the things that remind you that time is passing have suddenly been taken away at the exact moment that you're surrounded by your loved ones and happiness and friendship. And so people will spend days doing things without realizing that days are passing. There's no day or night cycle. You don't breathe. Your heart isn't beating. You don't get hungry in any real sense of the word. You don't get tired. You don't need to go nap. Your eyes don't get kind of worn out. Nothing is telling you that time has moved forward. And so you just do things. And there's this one wonderful bit where the main character, I'm going to skip over some spoilers here, the main character has been playing blocks with his son, or sorry, younger brother, for like 3 days or something like that, and had no idea it was that long. Yeah, exactly, Omega Legion. It's a similar concept. Yeah, casinos want that to be like that. Why do you think drinks are free in casinos? It's a really, really awesome story arc in the middle of the story. And it's also a very clever way to do a time skip, by the way. I hate to spoil, but like, that is how they do the time skip. It's like, okay, this major event happens, and then we follow the afterlife for what seems like a couple of days, but it's actually way longer. And then we cut back to events that are happening down on the material plane, where things have progressed forward. Anyways, this place reminds me of that a lot. Like, you know, all the same pieces are here, right? And what really brought this to mind was the conversation earlier. This is when I wanted to bring this up, where the guy was talking about how he had been talking to someone for days. Now, I could vibe that because there are some people I can hold a conversation with that long, but at some point, your feet are going to get tired. Standing there is going to get arduous. You're going to get hungry. You have to go to the bathroom. You have to go to sleep. But again, all of that wiped away, so you just enjoy your conversation. It's interesting to think about. It also adds another little bit of flavor and arguably horror to what these people are experiencing here, because this is probably as close to an afterlife as these people actually have access to. Not the ether, not the life stream. That's recycling. This is you keep going after death. And that's funny while it does. Now, I don't know exactly, Blade Taval, if you get tired or get hungry here, but based on what I've seen, the answer sounds like a no. It sounds like you do not get tired. You do not get hungry. You do not get anything. It's just ether has been given you a avatar for your particular allotment of having an avatar to wander around in the paradise. And then when you lose your avatar for whatever reason, you go back into the memory banks. Now, to get speculative again, it's entirely possible that all these people aren't even such and such 2. They're probably such and such 3 or 5 or 17. Because here's the deal. Let's assume for a moment that where's someone I could kill? Let's see. There, Mr. Red. So I kill Mr. Red. Die, Mr. Red. Alright, so Mr. Red's dead. Perfect. Okay. So now that Mr. Red's dead, I'm going to grab his memories and put them into a database. Now, let's be clear. Mr. Red is dead, okay? His soul is taken off for processing. His memories are taken off for future copying. But Mr. Red, we'll call him Mr. Red 1, is dead. Now, his memories are over there in a databank. Those memories are not Mr. Red 2. They're just data storage sitting there, serving as a template for other things to be used in the future. Then, that template is copied into a new ether body. That is now Mr. Red 2, the ether body, right? But you see why I bring this up in this manner, because that means every time someone gets a new back, everyone gets reincarnated. It's not they're getting a new body. A new person is being crafted each time. That is a new individual entity that now exists, based off of the original backup of those memories, which are still just sitting there in storage, right? And part of the reason I'm bringing all this up is because that actually makes this even more horrifying. Because when Mr. Red 2 here dies again, what happens next? We know that the memories are still there, and there might be a Mr. Red 3 someday. What happens to Mr. Red 2? And the insidiousness of all of this starts to really sink in, doesn't it? Because given the fact that they practice such a severe ether recycling due to the ether shortage, he's probably recycled back into the system. So Mr. Red 2 is, for all intents and purposes, cessated, gone. Just like Mr. Red 1 was. Yeah, no, exactly, Rax. There's definitely some Kingdom Hearts parallels here. I'm sorry, I don't understand your point, Luke. Holodeck ethics. Oh my god, don't even get me started about that nonsense. Like, I apparently failed at explaining, Luke, so help me out. What's the issue? And while you're typing that out, I'm going to see what she has to say. The dead... There's no dead in FF7 in the strictest sense of the word, Morganite. Instead, your knowledge will pass on. Knowledge and understanding and experiences go into the life stream and then can be pulled out of the life stream. That's actually how magic works in the FF7 setting. That's how materia operates in the FF7 setting. But the dead, the moment you die, you're gone. Unless you manage to retain yourself in the life stream, like several people did do. Kral and Erenville are still out and about, it seems. So how was it? What are your impressions of those you met? Incredible acting, Mr. Red, thank you. It was great. Everyone was so happy. Just talking to them made me happy, too. What about you, Laura? These people are puppets. That's not quite accurate. Like, this is a torture facility. Sweethearts reunited? That's a miracle. Well, it's a miracle after a fashion. The system strives to make such encounters possible. If you meet someone you know, it's probably not by chance. The terminals hold information on unfulfilled longings and use them to orchestrate reunions like Euclase's. Duh, I was going to point that out myself. I see. That the terminals can do this is impressive indeed, but there's one thing I don't understand. According to Euclase, his beloved passed away decades after he did, yet they appeared to be of like age. Actually, I do, little Billy. Ah, yes, people are not necessarily recreated as they were when they passed away. The appearance of an endless, I speculate, reflects the happiest period of their life. There's actually the Matrix has a term for that, residual self-image. But that was also a thing in several fictions' afterlives, where the appearance you take in the afterlife is essentially what you mentally self-identify as the most. See you around, Wenlock. I'm not sure, to be honest. I have so many happy times, it's hard to know which one applies. I'm insufferably inquisitive, whether it's nature or technology. I cannot but want to learn more about the world about me. I might say this discovery is what gives me joy. It made me happy in life and may have been a blessing afterwards. The other Endless are content with what they have here, you see. They don't develop the urge to leave. But I was so determined to see the world again that I taught myself how to gain control of a vessel and ventured outside. You're a proper rebel. Yeah. Well, that's enough for me now. While we wait for Krile and Erenville, I have a favor to ask you. Depends on the setting, Mad Overlord. As you may have noticed, most of the fountains aren't running. That's because, despite its shiny appearance, the city is centuries old, and everything is dreadfully run down. The fountains apparently used to put on magnificent shows, and I was hoping we could get them working again. Yeah, that's a great thing to do right now. I realize this is a selfish request, but it is my last. I want to give these people one last display. Thank you. The control units are built to the surrounding lampposts. Yeah, that's another thing. I actually suspected that the moment they mentioned that the appearance of the city is actually an illusion. But yeah, this place is probably extremely run down and dilapidated. We can't tell because there's literally an illusion. A glamour, I think is actually the correct term, cast over it. It would actually be fascinating to see what this place actually looks like. So the soul is a person, I get that, and when the memory's given a body, that's a new person, but when that new person dies again, don't their memories get added to the backup, and so nothing is lost because he is not lost. He is not soul lost, and would he even lose oh my god. Would he even lose the sense of awareness when he dies and it's just one long conscious word when made endless? Okay, so this is speculative because I don't know exactly how it works, but here's how it probably works, okay? So, I don't have anything physical to use. Whatever. Here we are. We're dead. We're dead. We fell over. Our soul gets destroyed. Our memories go get backed up. The memories, this is important, are not us. It's a bunch of data strings. There's nothing interacting with them. There's no consciousness. It's just the memories. Just raw data. That's important, okay? So the memories are there, and then a new us is crafted. New form. Hey, I exist. I'm ready to kill again. Yeah. So new us exists, and the memories have been copied into our new form. New person created. Cool. We're on the same board here so far, but at this point, we die. Ugh. And we've died again. We just keep dying. We can't stop dying. So that person is now dead because those memories are then updated to the existing one. So you're right, I think, because remember, the guy mentioned he remembers being reincarnated multiple times. So it's very likely the data is being updated with the new memories, but the person is still gone. Because the data is not the person. I know memories are us and all that, but in this situation, it's very clear. That's just a file, right? That's just a text file with a lot of strings in it. And then that gets updated with the new memories, and then later on, the new updated memories get dumped down into a new body, and now we have person version 3, right? Probably a Qualitas. I mean, again, based on what she just said and what we've already seen, it's very likely that it looks into your memories and says, okay, what do we got here? Aww. And yeah, your hard drive getting full. Voyager came very close to being awesome over in with the Doctor, because they ran into a fascinating problem. Here's the deal. This is going to sound strange, but there is speculation that we have the next best thing to infinite hardware storage in our brains, right? Now, this is getting way into the weeds, but just bear with me for a second. That's important, but because we can have decades of experience, and it's all up here, right? We don't need to install additional hard drives into our brain in order to keep having experiences. But a computer doesn't have that. And depending on the compression rate and the optimization, well, you can start to literally run out of hard drive. And that's what was happening to the Doctor. He actually had too much experience. He had simply been active for too long. And so the database was filling up. Now, the episode dropped the ball because the way they fixed it was nonsense. But it was a fascinating dilemma, right? It was a fascinating concept because it's an easy solution. Just add more hard drives. But it's always a temporary solution. What do you do about that? Eventually, you're going to run out of space. Anyways, sorry. That could also be something interesting in this case, if they wanted to go down that route. That's also true, Pillars of Snow. C-3PO died.
We've switched on the circuits like you asked.
At least once.
Thank you, everyone. Hopefully, this does the trick.
Oh! It's flowing water. I've never seen that before. Sorry. Lol at that usage of music.
Amazing.
Wow! Look, Mother! Look!
Wow. This is probably really hard to do in this engine.
It's beautiful.
I've never seen anything like it.
Really? Yeah, those are children. Please don't think about that.
Wuklamat!
Yeah, I called that.
Where are you? Wuklamat!
It's Lamika. Of course it is. This confirms what I was saying 100% right there.
It's Namika.
So they are converting new people in, and that is pretty much the problem.
Begging your pardon, but I'm looking for a child. A small Shabrali girl. Have you seen her by chance?
You are Namika, aren't you? It's me, Wuklamat. Don't you recognize me?
Oh, what am I to do? The child and I, we aren't related by blood, but she's as dear to me as my own.
It's all right. You found her. I'm here.
You? Could it be?
Yes, Namika. You know these eyes, this voice. It's me, Wuklamat.
Oh! It is you! Oh, how silly of me. But if you're here, then that means...
No. I'm still alive.
Oh, good. Thank the gods for that. But what power has brought us together again? This isn't a dream, is it?
It's not a dream.
It's a nightmare.
Or rather, it is a dream come true. I so wanted to hear your voice one more time.
Just look at you, my Wuklamat. Stronger and more assured than I've ever seen. Such hazards you must have braved, and hardships endured to come so far.
It was tough, but I made it thanks to my friends. And to you, Namika.
Alright, so let's go kill her. Because that's what we're going to do.
Because you always believed in me. Because you loved me, as if I were your own daughter. Thank you. Thank you. You're everything I could have asked for. The best mother.
I'm so glad.
Now that's interesting.
Looking back, I've had a blessed life. And it was because I was a part of yours. When I lost my child to illness, I thought I'd never know happiness again. But it rekindled in my breast the instant you smiled your little smile at me. You became my purpose, my joy.
You were mine too.
To have this chance to speak with you again and leave nothing unsaid. I know not how or why, but I am grateful. So grateful. Where you must go, I cannot follow. But know that I'll always be with you. Take care of yourself. Promise me.
I will. Mama. I will. And one day, we'll meet again. I understand why Sving cannot bear to let them go. But as painful as it is to part, we're meant to live and die. To let go and let others carry on in our stead. We can't cling to everything forever. Come, let's keep moving.
I believe that's the fourth little one, roughly. Maybe fifth. Oh, it's probably cooling the tower. Himiko looked truly happy. I've made a wonderful memory. Thank you. Just make sure you're not going to disappear when we shut this terminal down, right? Not yet. It's the Arrow terminal that holds my memories. I already know how to operate it. It's the same process as the fountain control. I'll leave it to you to decide when to shut it down. Doing so will cause the endless here to fade away, along with this scenery. If you still wish to speak with people or see the sights, you want to do that first. Interesting. Well, there's no side quest there, so let's do it. Told you. And that's what this place actually looks like.
Sleep tight, everyone.
Just a bunch of projectors, effectively. Yeah, no, we're here to turn off life support. Whether they want us to or not. Notice the absence of music. Good usage of that. Erenville continues to not say anything. This is living memory's true appearance. It's actually less dilapidated, honestly, than I was expecting. It really is. It's just a whole lot of projectors. This hurts. I'd be lying if I said otherwise. But the only way now is forward. Thanks, Terrans. I mean, preservation. This really is their fault. Like, really is their fault. Don't torment yourselves. I've asked this of you, so the burden lies with me. Remember, we Endless are but facsimiles. You needn't feel guilty for racing us. Okay, despite my whole speech earlier, I completely disagree with that. I'm sorry. These are people. They're not the original people, but that doesn't invalidate the quality and quantity of the fact that they are still people. We are killing people. Don't whitewash it. While shutting down a terminal should erase the endless bound to it, those with strong, unresolved feelings may linger. You can go do side quests if you want. Well, there's only 2 of them, so sure. Yeah, they're people who have already experienced death. May or may not remember it. How do you prove they're people? You cannot prove that someone is a person. We can't do that in real life. Ironically, it's usually easier to define what a person is in fiction because fiction tends to define those things for us, dependent on the setting. God damn it, Doom Rider. Whoop, that's our regional. Okay. It is, ironically, relatively easy to prove that someone is not a person. Once again, even in real life. Every time you see one of those news stories about some AI bot that's like, oh my god, it's totally fooling people, actually look into the story, and you'll see pretty quickly that, no, it was pretty easy to prove pretty quickly that it was not actually a sentient bot. You'll never guess what happened. There I was in the middle of one of my tours, and the customers came up and vanished. There's nothing worse than not being able to see something through to the end. I need to do something with all this pent-up pep. I don't think I've ever given you the tour, so how about it? I promise I won't take up too much of your time. Now, Canal Town wouldn't be Canal Town without its water, and we're better to dip your toes into the local history than in the 2 of our storied fountains. Come, I'll be waiting for you by the font of devotion. Just way over there for some reason. God damn it. Just keep me flying. Just get me flying! Alright, sorry. Such a waste of time. And it aggravates me. Actually, yeah. Measure of a Man. When did Measure of a Man come out? 88, I want to say? Some dumb, low-budget TV show in 1988 had a wonderful examination of what it meant to be a sentient sapient person. And my favorite part about that is that it didn't actually answer the question. Of course it didn't. How could it? There you are. For such an obliging participant, I have to pull out all the stops. I mean, it's right there. It's right there in the title. The Measure of a Man. It's literally on the tin. Oh, I would love that. Look. According to legends, there are 2 water sources imbued with mystical properties in Canal Town. The first being this fountain right here. They say a mere mouthful is enough to fill you with vim and vigor. Given the town prides itself as a resort of revitalization, there could hardly be a more fitting fountain. Whether you believe in old tales about its healing waters or not is another matter. Myths are myths, after all. I hope you're not too disappointed. Nevertheless, though its waters may have decidedly mundane, the font still lives up to its name. Over the years, crowds have flocked to the fountain, invariably leaving soothed and refreshed. For those who display such devotion, perhaps there is something to be gained from a gulp or 2. I hope that whets your appetite, because another fountain awaits. Come find me on the eastern side of town. I suppose that's fair, little Billy. I'm weird. I even talked about this earlier. And that something a character says is actually, in my estimation and analysis, one of the least reliable ways to prove something is true within a fictional setting. Like, we had a whole speech about that. Soul harvesting thing. Excellent. Allow me to continue. You stand before another storied fountain. These waters are said to bring happiness to whoever tosses in a coin. If you already are blessed with happiness, I'm sure a different wish wouldn't go unanswered. Plenty of folks used to do just that in days gone by. Are these legends to be believed? Well, there's only one way to find out. Here, take this coin and make a wish. I want to be big. I know I'm not apt to ask, but what did you wish for? So the options, in case you can't read those, are to get done what needs getting done, the strength to help as many people as I possibly can, for this journey to never cease, or it's a secret. I'm going to pick option 2. I see. It sounds like you have some weighty responsibilities. You know, I've given this tour countless times, but not once have I made a wish myself. And not because I pour scorn on the legends or anything like that, I never got around to it, but thanks to you I got to finish my tour. To mark the occasion, I think I might just toss a coin in. As for my wish... if I had another chance at life, I'd want to connect with as many people as I could through my job. Wish granted. I worked here as a tour guide in my former life, too. Before it became a home for the endless, Living Memory was open to living, breathing folk seeking relaxation and revelry. Boy, did I guide a lot of people back then. I never tired of sharing my knowledge and hearing visitors' wonderful stories. I suppose that's why I took up the same job as an endless. I'm proud of that. Proud of staying true to myself. You didn't come to hear me harp on about my life. Thank you for sticking with me till the end. Hope you enjoyed yourself as much as I did. Here's hoping our wishes come true. Farewell, my final customer. Okay, I wasn't going for insincere or sinister. I was just going for tour guide there. Apparently I just am a terrible voice actor. Who knew? Okay. I mean, that's fair. I've had a lot of tour guides in my life, and they all pretty much sound just like that. Or the other way a tour guide tends to sound for me. If you look to your left, you'll see the Fountain of Infinite Repose. It's the place that people have always said is going to be super awesome. If you feel like flipping a coin in, you might have your wish granted. Feel free to flip in a coin now. Here, have a coin. I hope your wish was granted. Like, oh my god. I feel bad for tour guides, honestly. At least the ones I've encountered. It's literally called a remembered. It's literally called a remembered. Oh my god. 50 negatives to everything. Welcome to the Digiro. Really, game? Medical collection. Forgive me for being so forthright, but I don't suppose I could ask you a small favor? The facility's medical history texts were formerly available on loan, but several borrowers have disappeared and are no longer able to return their books. I was hoping you'd be able to help collecting the outstanding monographs. Pray destroy the walking sands. Eventually, I too will be erased, and I can't imagine the collection will receive any more visitors. Nevertheless, a vast wealth of knowledge is contained within these walls, and I have every faith it'll prove useful to someone someday. Damn. I shall search the northern side of town. I'd ask you to check the southern terrace. If you find any books that relate to medical history, I'd be grateful if you can bring them back to me. Are there ether currents here? There are. Nah. I'll deal with that later. That I'll do off camera. Sleep, Omega Legion, sleep. I mean, we won't finish the game today. We might finish it tomorrow. So, run! Help! 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 I'm a pathetic black mage because I forgot to change classes. There we go. The appearance of Electrope has triggered a profound transformation in Alexandrian medicine. Indeed, it would be no exaggeration to suggest we're on the cusp of a new epoch. Although it would be premature to dismiss continued importance of time-honored arts such as herbology and healing magics, we must be aware that any advances made via the application of Electrope are bound to foster new techniques. Switch to a class that can live for a second. And thank you for saving me from the remembrance, Lunira. The technique of stimulating the body with electrical energy to alleviate pain and other conditions has recently garnered a great deal of attention in medical circles. In more practical terms, the abundance of electrical energy means the technique is also attractive from an economic standpoint. However, concerns about the dangers of corporeal etheric imbalance remain, not the least among ethereological researchers, many of whom disapprove of this technique. A thorough study into the potential side effects of electrical treatments is clearly warranted. As I say, we know exactly what kind of etheric imbalance can happen for, oh god, the kids back in, Everkeep. Remembered. I don't want to. I don't want to remember. When etheric imbalance occurs within the body, a number of issues present themselves. An overabundance of lightning energy can adversely affect sight and other senses, eventually leading to paralysis. Due to environmental changes that occurred 400 years ago, Queen Sphene herself reportedly suffered from an imbalance towards lightning energy, ultimately succumbing to her affliction. Perhaps because of this, efforts to establish a viable treatment have historically been approached with a degree of haste. So, that might help add another layer to why she was so insistent on visiting the children who were suffering from what she probably died from. Although the question remains, does she remember dying from that? Or I guess, to be slightly more accurate with my terminology, does she remember the original Queen Sphene dying from that? And I'm not sure. There it is. Oh my god. Lunarith just said, they are all dead. They shall not be remembered. Because they're remembered, so they're not going to be... Anyways. Excellent timing. I've just returned from my search. Were you able to recover any documents? Actually, yes. Wonderful. These are the last outstanding monographs. I can't begin to thank you enough. The Daguerreau Medical Collection has always been dedicated to archiving and exhibiting the medical history of the entire continent. As well as tomes and treatises, this facility is home to a whole host of artifacts, including old curios and medical automata. Alas, I'm now the only remaining archivist, and the doors of the collection have been closed to prevent ingress of fiends. You strike me as a more recent arrival. I would love to hear what you know of more modern medical techniques. I wish I was a healer for this, but whatever. I see. Perhaps you speak of the ill effects of etheric imbalance. It saddens me to hear no major breakthroughs have been made by your time. I mean, I cured my etheric imbalance by pouring all of that into killing one of the strongest beings to ever walk the planet, so... The history of medicine is never-ending. An ailment is discovered, a treatment is devised. New techniques lead to new diagnoses require new treatments. Much like the cycle of river to rain to sea to cloud. Technological progress flows ever onwards. As techniques advance, so too does medicine, and the incurable afflictions of the present consigned to the past. My duty is to catalog these trials and tribulations that the knowledge may spur the next breakthrough. Nothing could fill me with more pride. Which is why I plan to maintain the collection until the very moment I disappear. Please accept my heartfelt thanks for everything you've done for the Daguerreau Medical Collection. I knew it, Mr. Red. You'd rather watch Voltron than me. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to watch me either. In fact, no one will ever watch me ever again!